Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Feels fishy to feel, I don't know, it just feels squishy. Okay.
Hello. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay, and I'm your host. And all I ask of you this Friday, May 22nd, is to hit the like button. Welcome in, folks. We have a packed show today, including the deleted call from the interview room, which I got from Adrienne on X. Check out I Am Adrienne on X. Her link is in the description of this video. I have a lot of updates, and we have the call on the interview room, and we also have Hooker updates. So we're going to get into it. Let me welcome you guys in. Hello, Flobo. Hello, Hexy. Miss Colette is here. Marcy's here. Linda Kramer. Katie K. Hope you guys are having a great day. Cheryl. Mary. What's up? Daff, what's going on? I'm back. Been a hectic week with end of school. Oh, it's the end of the school year. So much stuff going on. What's up, Penny? Ooh, you guys, CrimeCon is getting close. It's getting close. Next week at this time will be CrimeCon. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. Can't wait to take you guys along with me. Make sure that you are subscribed to my second channel because we're going to be divvying up the content every day with Jay and J for Justice. So you're going to want to be subbed up to both. We also have our CrimeCon t-shirt available in the merch store. If you want to stick around and be a Cooter correspondent with me, get your merch in the merch store. We also have J for J merch in there as well. So thank you for being here. What's up, Galen? Tintin. I got Germany in the house. Cardinals and butterflies. Maureen Francis is here. Shortcake's here. She says, smoke them if you got them.
Smoke them if you got them.
Hey, Cindy. What's up, Blue Jay? Can't wait to see you at CrimeCon with you. I know, Linda. I can't either. All right. So the moderators have put the links in there. What's up, Mari? We're going to get into our first update. This is an update out of Tampa Bay. We've covered it before. The 2 missing USF students that were found deceased. And the guy came out in the towel. You can arrest me. By the way, my shirt says I love Diet Coke because they didn't have Coke Zero. So I love Coke Zero because they didn't have, or Diet Coke. I do have a few last minute things. If you want to check out the Amazon wish list, it would be greatly appreciated. No stress, no pressure. All I ask is that you consider hitting the thumbs up or down. Doesn't matter either way. But yeah, so let's get into it. This is the high profile case here in my area. The 2 missing students, the guy came out in the towel. He was arrested. He threw them over the bridge in the Howard Franklin, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? They are seeking the death penalty. So I got excited when Stephen Stearns was, facing the death penalty down here in Florida. Hey, LIZ. And I think it's a bargaining tool. But let's go ahead and watch the update. They are seeking the death penalty for this mofo.
Well, a major development tonight in a high-profile murder case in Hillsborough County. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty for the man accused of killing USF2 doctoral students, both of them. Hisham Abu Gharbi faces 2 counts of first-degree murder. Then the deaths of Nahida Bristi and Zamil Limon. USF honored them during today's graduation ceremony as well. And Fox 13's Kylie Jones was there. Joins us live in Tampa with more. Hi there, Kylie. I know this has shaken the entire USF community, hasn't it?
Yeah, a long couple of weeks for this university and the students here. Hundreds of doctoral students, though, crossed the stage at USF this morning.
They should have been graduating.
Moment amid all of that celebration as Nahida Bristi and Zamil Limon were posthumously awarded with their degrees. Take a look at that moment.
We now have a special presentation of posthumous degrees for Nahida Bristi and Jamil Lemon.
These two empty chairs inside the Yingling Center were draped with caps and gowns. At USF's commencement ceremony Friday morning, Nahida Bristi and Zamil Limon were each posthumously awarded doctoral degrees.
Sad.
These degrees are presented to recognize their commitment to the programs and their impact on this university.
It's been a somber few weeks on USF's campus. Last month, the two doctoral students were brutally murdered. Investigators found Zamil's remains in a trash bag on the
This is the Howard Franklin Bridge. This is where they found him, and then they found her in the water.
Howard Franklin Bridge a week after he was reported missing. Nahida's remains were found in a similar bag in the water near the bridge a few days later. Investigators believe they were both stabbed to death. Zamil's roommate, Hisham Abu Garbi, is now behind bars charged with their murders. And on Friday, the state attorney's office filed a notice to seek the death penalty. The state's notice listed several factors. Prosecutors said the crime was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner, that it was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that Abu Garbi has been previously convicted of another violent felony. Now, last week, State Attorney Susie Lopez highlighted the premeditation in this case and Abu Garbi's alleged ChatGPT search history, including searches about throwing away a human body.
Everything that the defendant was thinking is seen in his ChatGPT questions that he asked, and then he later got answers to those questions. And it shows the...
So the families of these students are now suing OpenAI, ChatGPT.
premeditated nature of everything that he did and that he is alleged to have done.
A lot of other questions we still don't have answers to, including a motive behind their murders. But according to court filings, Abu Garbi has pleaded not guilty. A written plea was filed on his behalf today. Guys.
All right, Kylie Jones live for.
So that was 2 weeks ago, but I wanted to update you guys because we did cover this, and we'll see what happens if he actually takes a plea deal, or, you know, what happens after that. I don't know. I have another update for you from Florida. Hello, Keys. Hello, everybody just joined in. Please hit the like button. It is greatly appreciated if you would be so kind to do that. We have another one out of Florida, believe it or not. Couldn't find your wish list on my phone. I'll send you a happy chat. Enjoy your holiday. Thank you, Cindy. I will definitely put that towards the trip. I can't wait to take you guys. All right, guys, prepare yourselves. We've got another church leader arrested for plotting sex with a teen boy. Listen to this. This is
so developing tonight. This man claimed he could cure gay people in Orlando.
This son of a bitch. This son of a bitch was a pastor who claimed he could cure gay people. He's been caught going to meet a boy.
So developing tonight, this man claimed he could cure gay people in Orlando. But tonight, he's sitting behind bars accused of trying to have sex with an underage boy. Fox 35's Chancellor Wynn is live in Orange County tonight.
Gross.
So, Chancellor, investigators say Alan Chambers admitted to talking to that 14-year-old boy who turned out to be an undercover detective.
Yeah, Alan Chambers' arrest report states that he told deputies that he had been talking with who he thought was a 14-year-old boy he met on Snapchat. He didn't go into much detail.
He admitted it. He admitted that he was talking to a 14-year-old on Snapchat.
Detail beyond that, but the arrest report does. It outlines the explicit nature of their conversation, including Chambers calling their relationship a forbidden love.
Oh!
I'm in love with a 14-year-old. Crazy.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I hadn't seen this part. Holy shit. Is Bones here? Lizzie Bones? Oh my God. He says, I'm in love with a 14-year-old. Crazy. And he's talking to an undercover detective. Ugh.
Relationship a forbidden love. I'm in love with a 14-year-old. Crazy. That's what 54-year-old Alan Chambers allegedly sent to an undercover detective posing as a young teenage boy. For months, investigators say Chambers tried to meet up with the boy for sex, landing him behind bars. But long before this arrest, Orlando City Commissioner Patty Sheehan knew Chambers as a leader of Exodus International, an organization whose mission was to help gay Christians become straight.
As much as that church group tried to change us, they segregated us from the rest of the church community. They made the lesbians date the gay men. They tried to do everything to make us into someone we weren't.
Back in
We have a cooter chat.
Can't wait to watch Crime Con through your eyes. Yellow heart emoji. Yellow heart emoji.
Thank you, Nick Stan, for your cooter chat. Send your own cooter chat today, guys. Yo, what the fuck? They had the lesbians date the gay men? Holy shit, man.
2011, Chambers spoke to Fox 35 after Exodus International created an app.
He was on the news in 2011.
At that time, Chambers claimed the app wasn't a magic cure, but rather a tool for people conflicted between faith and sexuality.
We often hear that we're the organization that converts homosexuals into heterosexuals, or that this is the gay cure app. You know, that's just ridiculous. Not only can we not cure someone of homosexuality, we don't know that that's even possible.
Chambers later went on the Oprah Winfrey Network, where he apologized to the people hurt by Exodus International and their, quote, reparative therapy. Despite that history,
the Oprah Winfrey Network
by Exodus International and their, quote, reparative therapy. Despite that history, he managed to insert himself into local circles and present himself as a community leader. But tonight, Sheehan says that carefully crafted image is completely shattered.
He's like the most 25 influential people in Winter Park, and he's on the chamber and all these things. Yeah.
Whoa. He's one of the most influential in Winter Park, Florida, just right outside of Orlando. Surprisingly, Winter Park is where Chris Stearns was born and raised. Did you guys know that? Random fun fact.
Most 25 influential people in Winter Park, and he's on the chamber and all these things. Yeah. And I think that was part of,
Scary.
Reconstructing his image. There's no reconstructing this.
Tonight, Chambers remains behind bars at the Orange County Jail, facing multiple charges, including solicitation of a minor. Reporting live in Orlando, Chancellor Wynn.
I'll keep my eye on this one and see what happens to this sicko. Definitely keep my eye on it. All right, you guys, are you ready to get into the Nancy Guthrie case and the call? The first thing I'm going to play, though, I want to play you. Thank you, Hawkeye, for becoming a member today. Welcome to the True Seekers. Thank you for your support today, guys. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for your support.
Hello, Vibrator. Good morning. Kathy C. Good morning. Hogan. Fucking gross, man. Hiding in plain sight. But what a farce, you know? Oh, yeah, we could make gay people straight with the word of God. Like, no, stop. Just stop it. So we're going to get into this, but first I want to show you what Jennifer Coffin had to say about this. It's not long. Don't worry. I'm not going to torture you. But Coffin had something to say about this. By the way, she's in Vegas. She's not going to CrimeCon, but she's in Vegas right now. Her case files have spilleth over, and she said she cannot be with us at CrimeCon. But I'm not going to play that part. I'm just going to play you what she said about the call. Then we're going to get into the call.
Of course, with somebody with very thin skin due to blood thinners, that blood, you would expect that would be violent in a sense, that there's expirated blood there.
Okay, right here.
Now, I had a very specific show put together for tonight, but I do want to take a slight veer off because I know a lot of people are talking about an individual that called into a YouTube channel. And I've had a chance to listen to some of it. And I was not, I don't think, as taken with everything as I think some people were. Do you guys remember when there was a YouTuber? Oh, I can't remember his name right now, right this moment. It was like TIR something, not TIR, but
TIR is the interview room. Wait for it. Hey, Leo.
Trevor, I don't think he's even around anymore. I think he was also a singer.
Hey, Tobins.
But nevertheless, in fact, I think
she's talking about T-Rev 757. Listen.
At least once I remember I was at a wrestling meet and he called me and said, "Hey, we're going live about the Idaho case." But nevertheless.
Wait, T-Rev had her cell phone? Hold on. T-Rev 757 had her cell phone number. She called. He called her while she was at a freaking wrestling meet? Dude, T-Rev had her digits? Why would T-Rev have her digits? What?
Was also a singer. But nevertheless, in fact, I think at least once I remember I was at a wrestling meet and he called me and said, "Hey, we're going live about the Idaho case." But nevertheless, I don't know if you remember him when he said that Brian Koberger had called into his channel and all of that that went on with that.
We remember.
I don't know if you remember that, but there was a huge to-do about that. And of course, it ended up being nothing. And
of course,
I know that there's some concern, I think, because in this case, I guess part of this, or maybe all of it or some part, is taken down. And so, of course, the thought that this would have been sent into authorities, and quite frankly, anything that is concerning should be sent into authorities for them to at least take a look. Yeah, Trevor T-Rev, thank you. I don't know if you remember all of that.
Oh, we remember.
I very much remember that, of course, much like the Nancy Guthrie case, the Idaho case, every single day was on top of that case. And I remember listening to it, and I wasn't convinced in any way that that was Brian Koberger or the murderer, so forth. I think for me, I'm just letting you know this, that for me, the whole thing, I'm just going to be honest, the whole thing seemed just kind of creepy and weird.
Creepy and weird.
And I'll probably just keep it at that.
What does that mean?
But nevertheless, I really don't think that person was involved. I think whoever is involved, we've been talking a lot about wrench attacks and what they mean, where people attack individuals and kidnap them, trying to get cryptocurrency. It doesn't have to be from the person that they kidnap, by the way. I think that's really been misunderstood, what I'm trying to say. Oftentimes it is a relative, a father, somebody else that can somehow have that relationship that could result in the key to the crypto being provided. So nevertheless, we've been really exploring that. And I hope law enforcement, I would think law enforcement has looked into it and would very deeply be exploring that possibility. But I wanted to talk about, I'll just look up here and make sure there's nothing else about that interview that was a little creepy.
Creepy.
So anyway, I don't think that this guy, whoever is involved, is calling up any YouTube channel. I think that's pretty much the bottom of their priorities. Do I think they're monitoring them? Absolutely. I showed you.
Okay, well, if they're monitoring them, they could call in. And she's saying it's creepy. She's not saying it's fakey. She did say, well, I don't think this guy's involved. But she's saying it was really creepy. I never heard her say it's creepy and fakey at the same time. It'd only be creepy if it was almost like could be real. Right? It's not creepy if it's fake. It's she's creepy. What's up, Hussein?
I think I put the picture up of the one of the screenshots of the different programs that Brian Koberger was watching, and one of them was actually one I was on and where I was talking. And also, as I recall, I think it was following me and Nancy Grace, if I recall. in any event, I only bring that up to say, yes, that's what these people do. They're wackadoodles. And they also need to keep close tabs on not just what YouTubers think, but what is in the mainstream media. And mainstream media is running out. So social media, they're going to be looking at that closer just to try to see if people are on the right track, what people might be saying. So
I got your email,
I really do
Elizabeth.
think that certain people, in fact, I know this for a fact, have received ransom notes outside the ones everyone has heard about.
How do you know that?
I know that for an absolute fact. So you can bet that there is.
How does she know that for an absolute fact? Thank you so much, Jana Lynn, for your super chat. She said, thank you, Jay. And then Flo came in hot with a membership, truthership to Sean T. Thank you for your support and welcome to the crew. It's good to have you. Creepy. We're almost done with
a watchful eye, I think, of people that could be involved in this and other people that just would like to be on the outside trying to scam, trying to exploit the Guthries for money in any way they can that don't have anything to do with the abduction, but have have everything to do with trying to exploit the situation. Anyway, I wanted to get on to.
Okay, I'm good with her. I just wanted you guys to hear what she said about it and about T-Rev. I thought it was funny. Okay, so here is part one that I have. Hold on.
Aaron, can you hear us?
Here we go.
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm making it.
Okay, so the first thing right off the bat, what I noticed right off the bat is that this guy, he goes, hey, Chris, can you hear me? And then when he realizes that he can hear him, he immediately goes into vocal fry. I'm barely making it. I notice when he starts talking, he talks somewhat like normal, and then he tries to do the vocal fry sometimes. Thank you, Hexy. Welcome in, Mari.
Thank you for your support.
All right, here we go.
Aaron, can you hear us?
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm making it. So I also have watched months since the beginning, since day one. I've followed this case since day one, and I don't want to rant off either. I want to actually ask kind of rapid fire questions, but
okay, so right here, this kind of verbiage, rapid fire questions, I thought that was a very interesting terminology to use. Like, who do you think would use that? Like, I don't want to rapid fire questions. Who would just roll that out? Like, I only hear that said in like certain settings. Vocal fry is like when you go like this.
Also said the backpack a long time ago in his original video that they had the wrong backpack. Everybody is really saying now that the DNA, well, don't rest on the DNA. There must be something else. So if they got the wrong backpack, the DNA is hit or miss.
All right, let's talk about that. If they got the wrong backpack, the DNA is hit or miss. What does that mean? What does that mean? There must be something else. So if they got the wrong backpack, what would the DNA have to do with the backpack? Who got a backpack? What do you mean got the wrong backpack? What does that mean? Do you guys know what that means? Listen to that again.
else. So if they got the wrong backpack, the DNA is hit or miss.
Did they collect a backpack that we don't know about? The DNA is going to be hit or miss. But what would identifying it as Walmart have to do with DNA? What would that have anything to do with DNA?
Likely no vehicle, maybe, but the TMZ thing too, you know, with the ransom note. And this is kind of where we all know that this is definitely about money.
We all know that this is definitely about money.
This has got to be driven by money. It wasn't a random attack. Nancy was selected because of Savannah. High probability. And who would do this?
Nancy was selected because of Savannah.
Originally.
You know what? I'm just going to let it play through and then we'll listen to it again. How about that? I'll just let it play once through and then we'll break it down after. I'll stop pausing. Let's just listen.
You know, they had made 2 detainments of LD and I believe Monks. And around that time, even another channel, a sleuth guy, was talking about the connection of LD and like a Bonnie and Clyde situation. And it's really never talked about anymore. But the TMZ thing too, they said that Harvey Levin said that in their emails from the rat, they couldn't even.
Oh my God, I can't help but stop. Listen how he says the rat. From the rat. Listen to that.
In their emails from the rat, they couldn't even reply back to his emails if they wanted to. So they were to either just listen to his instructions or pay. So really, who do you guys truly feel like at the heart could be responsible for this? Because you said a few callers ago it's probably someone in her orbit. And yet there's a lot of like coincidences with the ransom. And I think about the Zodiac a lot. I don't know if you guys are with the Black Dahlia thing, but the Zodiac sent letters too. And I feel like, well, originally, you know, there was letters sent. So that's a coincidence. The car driving around that night with a lady is also a coincidence, even if it's not connected. But there are a lot of those as well. A lot of coincidences, circumstantial things that
yeah, what the hell is that in the background, y'all? It's freaking scary. What the hell is in the background?
Circumstantial things that are just kind of not talked about anymore.
This is a great call, Aaron.
What is that, dude? It sounds like someone's screaming. Listen.
Have not talked about anymore.
This is a great call, Aaron. Think of so who do you think it is?
What is that, dude? Oh, it does not sound like a kid.
My original, when this day one, I thought it was the cartel because I feel like my gut just told me, you come up there that prepared with the gun in the front, it just looked like either cartel, but then a gang, thug, you know, someone of that nature, but they clearly were staking out the place.
Clearly, huh?
So I don't know how I feel about the international thing anymore, and if it is someone in an orbit like LD or
international,
someone even in Tucson, then.
Oh my God, what is that horrible sound?
I genuinely don't know who it is, but there was a lady early on that she was responsible for drawing out a lot of sketches and has like the Guinness Book of World Records, and she drew that sketch. And I wonder if you guys even, does anybody even pay any attention to that anymore? Like,
let's take each of your pieces of the puzzle. Okay, that you've mentioned here. You mentioned the Zodiac. You mentioned Monk. You mentioned the backpack. Don't rest on the DNA. No vehicle. TMZ ransom note. Selected Savannah. LD connections. Levin. Listen
Okay, I kind of heard the howling there, but oof.
or pay. Car driving around, and so and now we have the cartel. That you've mentioned the cartel. So it sounds like you're kind of all over the place. So where do you think, or let me ask you this, let me break this down one piece at a time.
Okay, so thank you for 9 months, Sipping. A backpack was found by searchers. That's right, there was. And that's what he's talking about. So he's talking about things we all know, right? Okay.
Why are the cartels involved in this?
okay, so everybody was originally saying, why not pay the ransom and you can get $1 million? Why only ask for 1 Bitcoin? And you guys know this, that you can clearly obfuscate yourself online. And I worked with a guy before who was telling me he used to buy people's identities and credit cards online.
Oh, hell no. He used to work with someone who used to buy people's identities and credit cards online. That's a huge red flag.
And I know there's ways to even transfer Bitcoin anonymously. So with the perp guy and just his presence from day one, my gut was that it was organized. And then with the ransom, like, it was organized. It wasn't just someone. It just felt like definitely more than one person even.
How do you
that
picture
was my gut. I'm sorry?
How do you picture this guy? What's your picture of the perpetrator?
What do you mean by that? Like his face visually is?
No, well, just, I mean, you're describing his personality. You said he's organized. Okay, so how do you picture him in terms of, in your mind? Where do you put him in a profession? Where, I mean, obviously he's got some type of sophistication and relationship to, the ability to maybe manipulate, like you're talking about, the dark web, and, dig deep and figure out a way, to hide yourself. So what kind of profession is this guy in?
I think the important question is that if you guys even believe.
All right, that's part one. God, excuse me. And then we're going to go into the part two that I got. This is all I got from X. I'm not sure if it all is in order or not, but here's the rest of it.
But yeah, I mean, you're Aaron. You sound like a pretty smart guy, and I respect your call here very, very much. I'm curious as to how you read the LD connections.
Well, the LD was like,
and LD is Luke Daly,
the first real, and wasn't he even pulled over? I mean, that's, I guess, and now you have people saying, well, the FBI is building a case, and perhaps they are. So he's not being talked about anymore. He just kind of fell off, and yet he was detained. They must have had a reason to even get the warrant, and there's more similarities. He has a girlfriend that he denies having, and they're involved in stuff. And apparently, I believe Monks or Sleuth or someone said that his girlfriend was like Nancy's niece. And so there is kind of a triangle there. And, well, I guess that was the first real suspect, but it fell outside of the cartel thing. And you have to understand the cartel, that was just my first day. And then more and more happened, and here we are.
Yeah. Do you think the cartel would take this risk?
For that kind of money? I mean, weren't they asking for $6 million? So yes, even in a small, like and then you know what's crazy is that
would they take a payment plan?
a payment plan?
Yeah. I mean, I know how Bitcoin works, right? Where you can set it up to where it progresses automatically, 4, 6, 8. But
Yes, sir.
would the cartel do that, knowing that they're going to risk an entire weekend with an 84-year-old woman in their possession?
Okay, well, one thing is the TMZ rat and the ransoms are.
There he goes again. The rat, the TMZ rat. The way he says rat.
One thing is the TMZ rat and the ransoms are, they do get mixed. And so from what I understand and gather is that the rat was asking for partial.
Again, the rat, like he's pissed. Maybe the rat fucked things up. I don't know. Who's the rat?
They do get mixed. And so from what I understand and gather is that
he said they do get confused and mixed. Almost like that screwed up him getting the Bitcoin because of this rat.
Okay, well, one thing is the TMZ rat and the ransoms are, they do get mixed. And so from what I understand and gather is that the rat was asking for partial now and the rest later, but the other notes were asking for like 6 million with a true deadline.
Right. So what's your logic to why the cartel would send it to a news agency and then a media agency as big as Hollywood, i.e. TMZ? Do they want that kind of pressure, you think? I mean, I'm just curious of what your thought process.
Yes, sir. Now that we're in day 100 plus, I no longer really feel strongly about the cartel, and I diminish that position down to even like a gang member or someone like I was speaking about, just that's connected. And you don't have to be in a cartel. Even someone in the Tucson area or close to the border that's just good with being a criminal. So,
yeah, no, I respect that 1,000%.
Mm-hmm.
Bob?
Aaron?
Yeah, so I'm not dying on the hill of being cartel at all anymore.
No, I know.
That's another interesting statement. First was the rapid fire questions, and now it's, I'm not dying on that hill.
Bob?
Aaron?
Yeah, so I'm not dying on the hill of being cartel at all anymore.
No, I know. I'm just curious what your thought process is and how it's, connecting the dots here. Bob, what were you going to say?
Yeah, Aaron, let me ask you a question. Where do you think Nancy is? Where do you think he or they took her, and where would you envision she is right now?
Can I tell you something, Bob, before I answer that question?
Huh.
And I greatly appreciate your question.
He's very familiar with their names, huh? Can I tell you, Bob, something?
Something, Bob, before I answer that question. And I greatly appreciate your question. I once went to a median in Lafayette, Louisiana, because I'm from Louisiana, and one of my friends just asked me to go, and it was out in the middle of nowhere, and this guy apparently was in the newspaper for solving crimes. I mean, he was the real deal. So I just wanted to mention that. It's just, I'm not a medium at all. I'm not even alluding to that. I had no idea really why I told you that, but just, I am kind of really obsessed with every facet that, so to answer your question, at this point, I mean, I feel like she has to be just concealed somewhere. And especially if it was someone that set a deadline, wanted money, it got so big. You gotta dispose. That's what I feel.
Okay. Well, it's yeah, I agree with you. He she rather has to be somewhere. I mean, obviously she's concealed, right? But I mean, what do you think this person or persons did with her? Do you think they took her to the desert, to Mexico? Do you think they've concealed her somehow in a home, or what's your sense on that?
If I even knew the answer, that's $1 million question. And I understand that concealing and disposing are two different things, and I don't even know which one it is. But I originally also looked at the landscape and even the egress from day one, and I probably had the egress before it was even like just. It was literally one road, and you just had to make a right and another right and another right. So
What do you mean you had the egress? I probably had the egress before. What does that mean? Dude, I don't know what the hell that is. That is a horrible sound. I was just watching Andy's stream. It went down. What was she covering, Lindsay? She went down for bullying and harassment? Not cool. Not cool.
And I probably had the egress before it was even like just. It was literally one road, and you just had to make a right and another right and another right. So, and then I also looked at the mountains. You don't really want to go north, but yet that's maybe a great desolate place, but it just doesn't feel like they would have went north into the mountain, so south. And the border being as close as it is just.
Oh my God. Literally, it sounds like an elephant. She was covering Trisha?
The border being as close as it is just. It is what it is. It doesn't mean that she's there, but.
Are you local to the area?
I'm in Phoenix. I'm in.
So
Phoenix,
you are sort of local to the area. You know the area.
I'm in Phoenix. I'm in Phoenix. No, I'm wondering if it's freaking coyotes.
So you are sort of local to the area. You know the area.
Yes, sir. I've been here for 11 years now.
I've been here for 11 years.
Oh.
And I've wanted to be involved. I really, truly have wanted to, because the FBI is here in Phoenix.
I wanted to be involved.
I've literally wanted to
I don't have that part, Green.
ask for a job.
I've wanted to ask for a job at the FBI because I want to be involved. I want to know what they know. Listen.
Because the FBI is here in Phoenix. I've literally wanted to ask for a job, just to help, just to see what they know and just to help and be critically thinking, just because this is, it's so critical, and I'm very attached to it.
I'm very attached to it. That's all I have. I don't have any more. That was what was on X, guys. If there's more that I'm missing and you can direct me there, but that is all I have. I'm going to go back to part 1 again. Very weird. He hangs up and calls back.
Aaron.
Yeah, but is it without commentary, Flo? How do you know that's his real photo, though? Why would he? You know what I mean? Yes, he has it without commentary. I'm waiting to see. Does Dolly have it with or without commentary? Because I'm not listening to Dolly's commentary. This is what I recovered from X. Oh yeah, I don't want that. I'm sure it's probably on X. Let me research again. Well, he has a copy, but he's not sharing it with the class. So that does us absolutely no good. All right, let's see. I've got a few clips here. Let's go over to X and see what this is. Because it's all chopped up. And Chris McDonough posted an hour ago, I want to address the recent editing of the May 20th live call-in show, which featured a caller. This decision was made with careful consideration after the broadcast. I understand it may appear unusual from the outside, but I take the removal of any content seriously. Your trust is invaluable to me, and I am dedicated to navigating these situations with thoughtfulness and responsibility. That's what he says on X. The original has been edited. Okay, here is this sleuth guy here.
Who's this?
We got somebody calling in.
This is Monterey Spike. My name is Richard Nolette Jr.
Who's in the building?
Can you hear me?
Hey, can you turn that off in the background?
This is Monterey Spike. My name is Richard Nolette Jr. Who's in the building? Can you hear me?
Hey, can you turn that off in the background?
Yeah, we're echoing.
My name is
Oh my God, this is a fucking disaster. God almighty.
Yeah, just turn off the video
just
in the
mute it.
background.
Yeah, just mute it.
You there?
Yeah, let me. This is.
Jesus Christ, how can people listen to this? Hey, Carrie, what's up?
I'm the half brother of the guy at the front door, at Nancy's front door. His name is Mike Nolette.
M-I-K-E?
Well, his full name is Michael, but he goes by the name Mike.
Mike, how do you spell the last name?
And
this is what's posted. It's a 5-minute clip. It says he called into Patrick, Sleuth Intuition, and claimed Mike Nolette, his half-brother, is porch guy. He claimed he was raised in a violent and satanic family with serial killers. And then they have this, and then they have the interview room.
No, but yeah, I mean, you're Aaron. You sound like a pretty smart guy, and I respect your call here very, very much. I'm curious as to how you read the LD connections.
Well, the LD was like the first real, and wasn't he even pulled over? I mean, that's, I guess, and now you have people saying, well, the FBI is building a case, and perhaps they are, so he's not being talked about anymore. He just kind of fell off, and yet he was detained. They must have had a reason to even get the warrant, and there's more similarities. He has a girlfriend that he denies.
See, now he's talking more open and like normal. This guy sounds like he's a cop or something. I don't know, man.
And there's more similarities. He has a girlfriend that he denies having, and they're involved in stuff. And apparently, I believe Monks or Sleuth or someone said that his girlfriend was like Nancy's niece.
And that's not true. That's not true. She's not Nancy's niece. It's fucking misinformation. This guy is giving you misinformation. Did you see Chris's face when he said Nancy's niece? But that's not true.
There's someone said that his girlfriend was like Nancy's niece. And so there is kind of a triangle there. And, well, I guess that was the first real suspect, but it fell outside of the cartel thing. And you have to understand the cartel. That was just my first day, and then more and more happened, and here we are.
Yeah. Do you think the cartel would take?
We got a cooter chat. Flannel.
Have a few minutes of fun at the casino on me, Jay.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Flannel Stitcher. I definitely will. Thank you.
Take this risk?
For that kind of money? I mean, weren't they asking for $6 million? So yes, even in a small, and then you know what's crazy is that
take a payment plan.
A payment plan?
Yeah, I mean, I know how Bitcoin works, right? Where you can set it up to where it progresses automatically, 4, 6, 8. But
yes, sir.
Would the cartel do that, knowing that they're going to risk an entire weekend with an 84-year-old woman in their possession?
Okay, well, one thing is the TMZ rat and the ransoms they do get mixed, and so from what I understand and gather is that the rat was asking for partial now and the rest later, but the other notes were asking for like 6 million with a true deadline.
Right. So
And
what's your logic to why the cartel would send it to a news agency and then a media agency as big as Hollywood, i.e. TMZ? Do they want that kind of pressure, you think? I mean, I'm just curious of what your thought process.
Sir. Yes, sir. Now that we're in day 100 plus.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What key details shouldn't he know? I mean, what does he know that he shouldn't know? I don't know.
Yes, I no longer really feel strongly about the cartel, and I diminished that position down to even like a game.
I diminished that position. Notice the wording of this. Deanne said this guy was still on the line but was silent. Josh motioned he was still there, that he could hear his breathing. I wish I could see this in its entirety, how it went down, but...
gang member or someone like I was speaking about, just that's connected. And you don't have to be in a cartel. Even someone in the Tucson area or close to the border that's just good with being a criminal.
So, yeah, no, I respect that 1,000%. Mm-hmm. Bob?
Aaron?
Yeah, so I'm not dying on the hill of being cartel at all anymore.
No, I know. I'm just curious what your thought process is and how it's, connecting the dots here. Bob, what were you going to say?
Yeah, Aaron, let me ask you a question. Where do you think Nancy is? Where do you think he or they took her, and where would you envision she is right now?
Can I tell you something, Bob, before I answer that question? And I greatly appreciate your question. I once went to a median in Lafayette, Louisiana, because I'm from Louisiana.
Did he say median? Isn't it medium?
And one of my friends just asked me to go, and it was out in the middle of nowhere, and this guy apparently was in the newspaper for solving crimes. I mean, he was the real deal. So I just wanted to mention that. It's just, I'm not a medium at all. I'm not even alluding to that. I had no idea really why I told you that, but just, I am kind of really obsessed with every facet that, So to answer your question, at this point, I mean, I feel like she has to be just concealed somewhere. And especially if it was someone that set a deadline, wanted money, it got so big, you gotta dispose. That's what I feel.
Okay. Well, I agree with you.
Cindy.
He, she rather has to be somewhere. I mean, obviously she's concealed, right? But I mean, what do you think this person or persons did with her? Do you think they took her to the desert, to Mexico? Do you think they've concealed her somehow in a home, or what's your sense on that?
If I even knew the answer, that's $1 million question. And I understand that concealing and disposing are two different things, and I don't even know which one it is.
God.
But I originally also.
Yeah, that is disturbing. That does not sound like a little pug. Stop.
But I originally also looked at the landscape, and even
Look at Josh's face. He's like,
the egress from day one, and I probably had the egress before it was even it was literally one road, and you just had to make a right and another right and another right. So, and then I also looked at the mountains. You don't really want to go north, but yet that's maybe a great desolate place, but it just doesn't feel like they would have went north into the mountain, so south. And
wait, what? The $1 million question, because there's a $1 million reward.
The border being as close as it is just, it is what it is. It doesn't mean that she's there, but
Are you?
Whoa. I can't help what people clipped. I didn't see this, so I'm grateful for anything I can hear. If you guys have the part where he interrogates him and you can send me the link, I'm going to put my email in the chat. Email me the link, because this is all I have.
It doesn't mean that she's there, but
that doesn't sound like a baby to me.
What it is. It doesn't mean that she's there, but
Are you local to the area?
I'm in Phoenix. I'm in
So
Phoenix,
you are sort of local to the area. You know the area.
Yes, sir. I've been here for 11 years now.
You know the area. Yes, sir.
Oh.
And I've wanted to be involved. I really, truly have wanted to, because the FBI is here in Phoenix. I've literally wanted to ask for a job.
We got a cooter
just to
chat.
help.
Thanks, Jay, for getting the call, and I will be seeing you Saturday in Vegas. Love you.
Oh, thank you so much, Marcy. I can't wait.
To see what they know and just to help and be critically thinking, just because this is, it's so critical, and I'm very attached to it.
I'm critically attached to it. Okay, so you guys said go to this sleuth intuition. So I did. And we're going to turn this on. It says Aaron calls in. This is the guy. Does he go on the camera here?
None of them are clickbait. I don't do clickbait.
I don't do clickbait.
Or something that bizarre. Motorcycle helmet.
I've been trying to contact
somebody with the YouTube handle Monterey Spike was going around leaving these comments. This one read, "This was a satanic sacrifice committed by my family members." Right? So of course that's going to get my attention. Nancy was killed for her Christian beliefs. Makes sense, right? It was a pagan holiday and a snow moon. And to destroy her children, most especially Savannah Guthrie. All of this was planned more than 6 years in advance and is outlined in September of 2019's Burger Chef Cipher. So that's where he kind of left me. But either way, while we're talking about it, this individual shows up in the chat.
I mean, why are we doing this? Like, go to where the fuck he says and see if she's there. Why are we fucking around? We got so many locals, but this guy's the only one talking about this post. Did anybody else cover this post? I want to know. It's important to know. Thank you, John, for the reminder. Everybody hit the like button. Yeah, I can't with putting these names out. I just can't. He does, right, Lindsay. Fake calls like T-Rev did. He could be making these posts and then reporting on them.
I think somewhere around here. M-I-K-E?
Well, his full name is Michael, but he goes.
Okay, so that's him. So let's listen to Richard. This is Richard's voice.
Who the fuck is Richard?
In Monterey, in old Mexico.
Oh my God. Does this guy cam up?
I read the burger information.
Yeah, just turn off the video in the background.
So he
fuck is this?
Mike Nolette.
M-I-K-E? Let me see if I can find something on X with the guy's voice.
How do you guys know that this is really this Richard guy? Never cams up a photo when he calls, and you guys trust that? I don't trust that. I can say I'm anybody. I could put a picture of fucking Britney Spears and say I'm Britney Spears. You got to be careful on these streets, dude. Putting these names out here, Aaron Lopez. Don't even know if it's him.
For some reason, when I look at him, he has like a Cuban accent. And
okay, yeah, I don't know about this, but okay. Here we go.
Like members of my family today, it's true that my neighbor has a pug. Okay, when they moved in like 6 months ago, they left us a note on the door and a bag of Starbucks coffee. And
who the fuck is this guy? I don't know how. I can't. This is supposedly the guy that called in?
Said, hey, our dog has separation anxiety and he gets loud sometimes. And yes, he does howl. And then you got people, it was very weird vibe timing. And to be honest, like I had my headphones in, I couldn't even really hear the dog. I wasn't aware that it was so prominent in the recording.
Well, it sounded like a dog to me. It sounded like a dog to me. So I don't know what the problem is.
It is a dog. So yeah, man, I am here in Phoenix. I never go to Tucson. Okay, I think I went to the Biodome a couple of years ago. I've maybe driven through.
What do you mean, Marcy? Don't use sleuth intuition. What does that mean?
But it's been years. I don't have business there. So, I mean, none of what anybody says makes any sense. Some lady said...
this doesn't even sound like the guy that called into the interview room at all.
No, but yeah, I mean, you're Aaron. You sound like a pretty smart guy, and I respect your call here very, very much. I'm curious as to how you read the LD connections.
Well, the LD was like the first real, and wasn't he even pulled over? I mean, that's, I guess, and now you have people saying, well, the FBI is building a case, and perhaps they are. So he's not being talked about anymore.
No.
It doesn't even sound like the same dude.
When she called in on your other video, that...
Well, maybe it is.
Something about that. I'm connected to Howard Stern, 1997. I would have been 6 years old in 97. I mean, how does that make any sense?
You know what? Every case that I've covered, somebody calls in and mentions that. Because it was just something, it was like a strange call in. That's why. But I don't know why they thought.
Why haven't you responded to? Why haven't you responded?
Why? But I don't know why they thought.
Why haven't you responded to?
What was that all about? Was that a little glitch in the Matrix?
Like a strange call in. That's why. But I don't know why they thought.
Why haven't you responded
to? Weird.
Strange call in. That's why. But I don't know why they thought.
Why haven't you responded to? Why haven't you responded to my email though?
Which
Did
one?
you not see that?
Why is he only emailing this one guy when so many people are covering this case? Why is he emailing some dude who doesn't show his face? But he's not emailing JLR, Ted, Criminal Network, 857 Utah or Tucson. You know what I'm saying? Why when you got one creator that's getting all the call-ins, you gotta question the shit.
No. Did you just send it?
My email though.
Which
Did
one?
you not see that?
No. Did you just send it?
No, I sent it this morning, but I mean, at this point, it's like
I've been really busy.
you guys are even saying Aaron's handyman Scottsdale LLC, like, and oh, this guy's not really 54. Like, you guys seriously do not know what you're talking about. I mean,
me, I didn't.
But I'm glad anyone who has, I'm glad it could be. You know, I'm not glad because I didn't intend for it to be entertaining. The reason why I called and why you asked is to discuss all of the circumstantial things that everybody has been discussing. And what's disgusting about all this is that I really have not voiced my opinion at all. And everybody gets away with pretty much anything that they can say. I mean, yeah, people will get scrutinized, but I come forward.
Yeah, this guy gets all the suspects calling in and everything else.
With genuine, it was a little impulsive of me to call at the moment and get involved in the conversation, but otherwise, somehow after doing all that and being morally, trying to be morally do a good thing, I somehow have to prove even more to people, I guess, because what some doors were open, but
what?
As I told Chris too, because I emailed him as well. I'm not sure if that's why he took down the video, but I'm getting a little sidetracked. I mean, obviously, you guys are probably getting up on me about that too. Like, oh, this guy.
No, I didn't talk to anybody. Like, honestly, I was a little bit upset when I heard the interview because I felt like nobody was listening to you.
I mean, I had to go back and re-listen to it myself. And at first, people were saying, oh, this guy was just, I did going back and listening to it. It was clear that while I thought that we were engaging in the conversation, but in reality, it was all just kind of it was all geared to kind of like try and pin me or set me up or trying to catch me in a lie or like expose me or whatever. It's so bizarre. And just because you have someone, who comes and doesn't, I mean, I tried to just, I don't know, man. I don't know if it was anything novel or anything. It's not, because, and every bit of information that I even said was things that are said by you and other people. So everything that I know is not even things that I've concluded on, or gathered on my own. It's gathered from other people that are saying it. And so if you go and you listen, or if you could listen to everything that I said, not one thing that was said is something that's not already out there. Right?
I mean, how hard is it to just turn on your camera? How hard is it to just turn on your camera? It's weird.
Yeah, you were just having a conversation like we all do here on this platform. So I don't understand what's so. I don't know what the big deal is. I'm confused by it.
I think the big deal now is that now that I have you on the phone, I should tell you that you are all heavily mistaken, big time, and all the chats and all the comments and everything that's very derogatory. It's a bit defaming. I mean, it's harassing.
Defaming? What?
It is based on false information, and the fact that you're like perpetuating and donations and like continuing it rather than trying or even checking your email, man. I don't know why you didn't.
Who's perpetuating donations? What's he talking about?
You're like perpetuating and donations and like continuing it rather than trying or even checking your email, man. I don't know why you didn't do that, but the fact that you're engaging in the conversation and taking donations over lies, I mean, now you're kind of crossing into kind of, like I said last night, crossing boundaries, and it is your channel. And I did
Well,
watch
what do you
you.
be specific? Like, be specific. Like, what are you even talking about? We don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
How am I not being specific? I've called
You're
out
not
so
being
many.
specific. Just be specific. Like, what's the problem?
Come on, man. I've been more than specific.
No, you're
even
vague.
last
You're
night.
like, the
Very
only reason
specific.
there's the mystique about you is because you're so vague. Stop being vague and stop the shit. What is it? Let's hear it. Stop.
I don't
beating around the
understand
bush.
what the.
Stop beating
Dude.
around the bush.
What, am I beating around the bush, huh?
Yeah.
What would you even like to hear? Because I
what
don't
is it?
think
Like,
that
what are you
you're
even
ever going to
talking
hear
about?
what you want to hear.
But what are you even talking about? You haven't said anything. You're just like saying a bunch of stuff without really even saying anything.
What I've said is I am reiterating everything that I've said before.
Oh my God, this guy's talking in circles. Holy smokes. Shell, thank you so much for 72 effing months. You guys see that? 72 months, you guys.
Thank you for your support.
I love you so much, Shell. That is so long. Oh my God. 72 months.
Is true, and everything that I'm seeing now coming from you and everyone else.
What did you say
is
before? What's
untrue.
the original statement? What did you say at the very beginning? Let's start there.
My name is Aaron. Number one, it is. All right, I'm sorry to disappoint everybody, but it is. I don't even know, Richard. You know what's sad about this is that there's certain
I never
parts.
thought you were Richard.
All right,
I
well,
thought
it
you were
doesn't matter.
mistreated.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But that's one thing, and I mean, there's plenty of things, man. I'm honestly kind of a little overwhelmed. I have a few screenshots, honestly, if I wanted to go, if you needed me to go back and pick out anything. But I don't think I have to do that, again, because the burden of proof is not on me. And I'm actually calling you to ask you, you know, since I can make contact with you, since I can reach you, I'm asking you politely if you can cease and desist in any of these mentions.
What? Now he's asking him to cease and desist? What is happening? Maybe we'll do a call-in show this weekend. Let's see if we get any calls. Thank you so much, Danish. He should call into you. Come on, Aaron. Come on, Aaron. We are always open for calls.
Okay.
In a
I've
polite
never mentioned
way.
you. I've never even mentioned you. This is the first time you're called into my show. So if you don't want to be mentioned, you don't call into a show where you put yourself.
No. You did a live. You did a live last night, right after the interview room, and you had super chats coming up, and the whole video you were talking about me and
It wasn't
everyone
about
else.
you. They brought you up. I didn't bring you up.
I get that, but it's still your content. You're the sole moderator of it, and I'm telling you, you're the owner, and I'm telling you, I'm.
That's why I'm giving you the
actually
platform. You're
informing
gonna
you.
try to chastise me. I'm giving you the platform so you can speak your mind, and then you're gonna blame me for everything.
No, because it just felt like, you know,
You're blaming me. I didn't do.
I was
I
being
didn't do shit to
bullshitted
you.
a little bit. It
I'm
felt
helping
like
you.
people were
I'm helping you
bullshitting.
right now. Right? Let's go to the source. Right? Didn't I call you the source? And then you're going to take that opportunity to shoot me in the foot? This is your chance. Address the people who are actually talking shit about you. I didn't say anything about you.
Okay, well, can we just say that I've clearly done that? Do we not all agree? Because despite what you all think about my personal character, I don't care if you think I'm on the spectrum or whatever, but every other little detail, like,
Yeah, and I'm not judging you, by the way. I seriously want to hear what you have
It's
to
not.
say.
It's not about judging. It's about the personal doxing now, and like, okay, you're cross
Personal doxing? What? But this guy came on and gave his name and told where he worked?
the line of just pointing fingers of judgment. Perhaps I don't know that. I don't know that to be certain, and I want to avoid that. I do.
Yeah, not me. I didn't do anything.
Because
I'm
it's
here to
very
give
dangerous comments that are being made.
Yeah, don't let that affect you. Like, these are just random people on social media, and when you put yourself out in the public, that's what you're putting that's what you should be expecting.
He's reading the chat.
Doesn't mean they're right? They don't know who you are for real. You can't pay too much attention to that. Trust me. I live in this realm.
Well, some people also put their energy in the wrong places as well. Like, I mean, I don't deserve all the scrutiny of, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
and I don't know why you're getting
fair.
it.
People, you're fair to give it. It's fair. It's okay. It's not okay, but it's.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? So he calls in, makes a spectacle of himself. And now this? He's being attacked and doxxed and it's all personal?
It's your life and you're allowed to do that, obviously, but.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just. How many people are on this planet? Half of them are negative. I mean, you can't fight with half of the world. You know what I mean? You just have to just be like, well, that's your opinion. Has nothing to do with my reality.
It's very irresponsible, Lindsay Hendricks, to put people's names out there when you don't know what the fuck. If you have no idea, like putting first, middle, last, it's so effed up. I hate that.
All right. So, I guess we're done here then.
Okay.
Sure.
Because
thanks for calling in.
I have nothing more to say. Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
Aaron.
bye.
Call again, okay? You don't have to go. I'm not kicking you out of here. Here, let me kick. I think he thinks he's out, so let me go ahead and kick him out. Call back. Call back, Aaron.
Does he call back?
Welcome anytime, buddy.
Yeah. He has a laminated list of suspects. Okay, we're getting out of there. Okay, so let's see if there's any other clips. Lover of Animals has this one. Let's see what this is. Okay, it's just a picture. Cool. I got this kid out there. Y'all, I don't fucking know. Okay, hang on. What's this one?
That's one of the things that I think who's ever done this, and you tell me what your feeling is, who has ever done this, I think they're coming to realize that it did not go the route they anticipated it going. Am I off base there, in your opinion?
It probably has to be that way. I think you're right on there. It just didn't go as planned.
And then from there, those individuals are now dealing with an 84-year-old woman and the FBI close behind on top of them. What do you anticipate they're thinking?
Who?
Whoever did this. Yeah, I mean, just take a guesstimate.
There was a saying once that I heard about, you kind of have to be insane to be sane. And unless they are just impervious to this kind of stress, I mean, they got to be freaking out. Unless they are truly just like know that they're scot free and they're okay. But I mean, no one can go day to day without just it being in the back of their mind. They got to be.
It's got to be in the back of their mind. And he said, this has heavily consumed me.
As that you're trying to learn and gather, and you have all this information, but at the same time, you also project this idea that, you know what, I'll just kind of go, in different directions, but you won't talk about your own personality. This isn't my first rodeo.
You mean they won't talk about their personality?
Well, I've sat across some serial killers that are better liars than you.
Me?
Yeah, I don't think you're telling me the truth all the way through this whole process. As
all right, I want to hear the rest of that.
You're trying to learn and gather. That's one of the things.
That's where that ends. I want to hear the rest of that one. Here's another clip. Let's see if we've heard this part. I hate that it's all clipped up.
Aaron.
That's the beginning.
Aaron, can you?
No, it ends there, you guys. Ugh. These are the 3 I've played already. And I'm just not seeing anybody else that has them. Just clipped. Yeah, they don't have that part clipped where he goes in hard. Hey, monkey. Yeah, they're on Twitter. I've saved them. I have them on YouTube. But let's listen to my copies again. I'm going to play part 1 and part 2 of what I have.
Aaron. Aaron, can you hear us?
I think he took it down. If he went hard on him, he took it down out of scrutiny. I really don't think that, I don't know. I don't think this is anything, but I think he scrutinized the guy because, I don't know.
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you? Aaron, can you hear us?
Chris, can you hear me?
Chris, can you hear me?
Aaron, can you hear us?
Chris, can you hear me?
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm making it.
See how he changed? Chris, can you hear me? I'm making it.
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm making it. So I also have watched monks since the beginning, since day one.
So the first thing he brings up is monks.
Followed this case since day one, and I don't want to rant off either. I want to actually ask kind of rapid fire questions, but Monks also said the backpack a long time ago in his original video that they had the wrong backpack. Everybody is really saying now that the DNA, well, don't rest on the DNA. There must be something else. So if they got the wrong backpack, the DNA is hit or miss. Likely no vehicle, maybe, but the TMZ thing too, you know, with the ransom note.
No vehicle likely? Okay. How'd they get away with Nancy then?
This is kind of where we all know that this is definitely about money. This has got to be driven by money. It wasn't a random attack. Nancy was selected because of Savannah. High probability. and who would do this. Originally, they had made 2 detainments of LD and I believe monks. And around that time, even another channel, a sleuth guy, was talking about the connection of LD and like a Bonnie and Clyde situation. And it's really never talked about anymore. But the TMZ thing too, they said that Harvey Levin said that in their emails from the rat, they couldn't even reply back to his emails if they wanted to. So they were to either just listen to his instructions or pay. So.
Okay, I just had a weird thought. What if, this is just a what if. What if this is the real perp's voice and they're saying they're this Aaron kid? How old is this guy? And you guys have already looked him up and shit and seen his Facebook. How old is he? And what schools did he go to? This happened 2 days ago? I thought this was on last night. I'm confused. Born in 91? Yeah, this was last night. Okay, thank you. I thought so. So he's 35. Okay.
Really, who do you guys truly feel like at the heart could be responsible for this? Because you said
he asked them, who truly in your heart do you think it could be?
A few callers ago, it's probably someone in her orbit. And yet there's a lot of like coincidences with the ransom. And I think about the Zodiac a lot. I don't know if you guys are.
He thinks about the Zodiac a lot.
With the Black Dahlia thing, but the Zodiac sent letters too, and I feel like, well, originally, there was letters sent, so that's a coincidence. The car driving around that night with a lady is also a coincidence, even if it's not connected, but there are a lot of those as well. A lot of coincidences, circumstantial things.
These are all things we know. We know about the lady in the car. We know about all this. He doesn't sound like he's from Louisiana.
That are just kind of not talked about anymore.
This is a great call, Aaron. Think of so who do you think it is?
God, what the hell is that noise? I think that's more concerning than anything.
Talked about anymore.
This is a great call, Aaron. Think of so who do you think it is?
My original, when this day one, I thought it was the cartel because I feel like my gut just told me, you come up there that prepared with the gun in the front, it just looked like either cartel, but then a gang, thug, someone of that nature, but they clearly were staking out the place. So I don't know how I feel about the international thing anymore, and if it is someone in an orbit like LD or someone even in Tucson, then I genuinely don't know who it is. But there was a lady early on that she was responsible for drawing out a lot of sketches and has like the Guinness Book of World Records, and she drew that sketch. And I wonder if you guys does anybody even pay any attention to that anymore? Like,
he wants people to pay attention to the Houston sketch. Nancy Guthrie sketch artist. Renowned Houston forensic artist Lois Gibson created an unofficial sketch of the masked figure in the Nancy Guthrie case. So why don't they talk about this? How come they don't talk about this, though? I mean, this could look like Carlos as well. Don't forget, this was put out after Carlos was detained. I mean, if she's renowned, why aren't they paying attention to her? Makes you wonder.
Let's take each of your pieces of the puzzle. Okay, that you've mentioned here. You mentioned the Zodiac. You mentioned Monk. You mentioned the backpack. Don't rest on the DNA. No vehicle. TMZ ransom note. Selected Savannah. LG connections. Levin. Listen or pay. Car driving around. And so now we have the cartel, that you've mentioned the cartel. So it sounds like you're kind of all over the place. So where do you think, or let me ask you this, let me break this down one piece at a time. Why are the cartels involved in this?
Okay, so everybody was originally saying, why not pay the ransom and you can get $1 million? Why only ask for 1 Bitcoin? And you guys know this, that you can clearly obfuscate yourself online. And I worked with a guy before who was telling me he used to buy people's identities and credit cards online. And I know there's ways to even transfer Bitcoin anonymously. So with the perp guy and just
he knows you can transfer Bitcoin anonymously.
His presence from day one, my gut was that it was organized. And then with the ransom, like it was organized. It wasn't just someone. It just felt like definitely more than one person even.
How do you
that
picture
was my gut. I'm sorry?
How do you picture this guy? What's your picture of the perpetrator?
Did you hear that sigh? He's like,
what's your picture of the perpetrator?
That's kind of weird.
How do you picture this guy? What's your picture of the perpetrator?
What do you mean by that? Like his face visually is?
No, well, just, I mean, you're describing his personality. You said he's organized. Okay, so how do you picture him in terms of in your mind? Where do you put him in a profession? Where, I mean, obviously he's got some type of sophistication and relationship to, the ability to maybe manipulate, like you're talking about the dark web, and, dig deep and figure out a way, to hide yourself. So what kind of profession is this guy in?
I think the important question is that if you guys even believe.
All right, that's part one. Hold on, now I've got to bring up part two. Give me 1 second. It is weird as hell. It really is. Hold on. Part two. Here we go. And I'm sorry I don't have the whole thing. It sucks, but it is what it is.
No, but I mean, you're Aaron. You sound like a pretty smart guy, and I respect your call here very, very much. I'm curious as to how you read the LD connections.
Well, the LD was like the first real, and wasn't he even pulled over? I mean, that's, I guess, and now you have people saying, well, the FBI is building a case, and perhaps they are. So he's not being talked about, anymore. He just kind of fell off, and yet he was detained. They must have had a reason to even get the warrant, and there's more similarities. He has a girlfriend that he denies having, and they're involved in stuff, and apparently, I believe...
Would it be fair to read the caller's words from the transcript of live previously discussed? It's Eva now. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much for your cooter chat, Flo. He barely talked in it. If you guys, someone can email me the link to it, I'll play it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the cooter chats. It really, really helps. It really does. I'm getting ready to travel next week, and every little bit helps. Thank you.
Monks or Sleuth or someone said that his girlfriend was like Nancy's niece. And so there is kind of a triangle there. And, well, I guess that was the first real suspect, but it fell outside of the cartel thing. And you have to understand the cartel, that was just my first day.
So he's saying at first he thought it was cartel. Other people did too. Thank you, Skippy. Keep an eye out. Thank you for the jewels, Kathy.
And then more and more happened, and here we are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you think the cartel would take this risk?
No.
For that kind of money? I mean, weren't they asking for $6 million? So, yes. Even in a small, and then you know what's crazy is that...
Take a payment plan?
A payment plan?
Don't be nasty. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I know how Bitcoin works, right? Where you can set it up to where it progresses automatically, 4, 6, 8. But
yes, sir.
Would the cartel do that, knowing that they're going to risk an entire weekend with an 84-year-old woman in their possession?
Okay, well, one thing is the TMZ rat and the ransoms they do get mixed.
Like, why would he call the TMZ guy a rat? What makes that person a rat? Wouldn't that person be more like a scammer? You know what I'm saying? A rat. And he calls him the rat 3 times. The rat. That bothers me because why would we refer to him as that?
And the ransoms they do get thing is the TMZ rat and the ransoms they do get mixed. And so from what I understand again.
Okay, so the TMZ rat, he says, is getting confused with the real Bitcoin. Right? Like somebody ratted into TMZ.
The TMZ rat.
Yeah, but we never thought the TMZ person was connected. The TMZ person was supposed to be just some kind of rando trying to get money, right? Why would that make them a rat? It would just make them someone who was taking advantage of the situation.
That they're going to risk an entire weekend with an 84-year-old woman in their possession?
Okay, well, one thing is the TMZ rat and the ransoms they do get mixed. And so from what I understand and gather is that the rat was asking for partial now and the rest later, but the other notes were asking for like 6 million with a true deadline.
Right. So what's your logic to why the cartel would send it to a news agency and then a media agency as big as Hollywood, i.e. TMZ? Do they want that kind of pressure, you think? I mean, I'm just curious of what your thought process is.
Yes, sir. Now that we're in day 100 plus, I no longer really feel strongly about the cartel, and I diminish that position down to even like a gang member or someone like I was speaking about, just that's connected. And you don't have to be in a cartel, even someone in the Tucson area or close to the border that's just
It's definitely odd call.
good with being a criminal. So,
yeah, no, I respect that 1,000%. Bob?
Aaron?
Yeah, so I'm not.
Yeah, and he also seems to not want the ransoms to be misconstrued with the rat. Thanks, Leo.
I'm not dying on the hill of being cartel at all anymore.
No, I know. I'm just curious what your thought process is and how it's, connecting the dots here. Bob, what were you going to say?
Yeah, Aaron, let me ask you a question. Where do you think Nancy is? Where do you think he or they took her, and where
Do you think this guy's the same guy that was on the boat or on the bike?
where would you envision she is right now?
Can I tell you something, Bob, before I answer that question? And I greatly appreciate your question. I once went to a median in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Okay, we're going to stop and we're going to go to Dolly Vision because you guys are telling me there's minimal commentary. So let's go ahead and pull this up. This is Dolly Vision on YouTube. Start at a minute. Oh my God. I cannot. 108.
Nobody thinks it's me, or nobody thinks
the next ones. I love her.
All right, here we go, guys.
To be honest with you, a lot of times, we're just on YouTube, and we make mistakes like the next ones. I love talking to people, like you, who think out of the box. And
yeah, that's why I wanted to talk to you guys, because I wanted you guys. I wanted to speak with you.
Wait, is that the beginning of it? 1 hour, 18 minutes? This is 1 hour 9 and he's already talking. Okay. You want me to go forward?
helps the videos get out there, spread awareness for this.
That's going to be hard to find. I don't know if it. And
watching from.
When I say I think, it's because of what I've heard, and what I've heard is that it's a hair. And I also, I don't know the inner workings until I heard the lady say, well, they swab hundreds of times. I wasn't sure how many times they're swabbing. Hopefully they swab hundreds of times. So if they did swab hundreds of times, hopefully they found saliva as well, because the bite white, and, that's going to be hard to find. I don't know if it fluoresces. And then he's got to be in the database. So
why the bite?
Well, that's another very fascinating thing. I've never seen that in my life ever. And so I guess that was another thing that led me to believe it was someone, when I say sophisticated, I mean like good at their craft, even if that means a good criminal. So,
a good criminal.
Sophisticated criminal. Do you?
I've never seen a bite white either.
As in like he's done it.
I think he's smart.
Yeah, he's done it before.
Do you think he's done it before?
He's done crime before. Probably could have been like.
What kind do you think?
Well, because this is driven by money, it could be like identity, financial theft. It could be. But this was like seen as like a payday opportunity, perhaps, and just to bring out an old lady, or
Yeah. Do you think the person has debt?
Debt? No, not substantially. I mean, unless he, like someone got a hit on him, or he just got bad blood with someone else. I don't think it's like that. I think it's just an opportunity.
Who would he have bad blood with, in your opinion?
Well, whoever he would owe debt to. But I don't think that he does.
Is it possible?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, if it's someone like even LD, then, we have to look at how their life is going. Could have been a
LD lives with his mama. He has a cushiony life.
Anyone in her orbit, even if it's a contract, it's just beneficial for anyone, I feel like.
Do you think it's somebody that's new, Miss Guthrie? Or do you think it's somebody that knew Savannah?
I really don't know.
Take a guess.
They definitely knew of Savannah, like knew what the connection between the two were. They knew the connection between the two, whether or not he was just kind of an outlier, outsider, and didn't know her, contractor, that's all just speculation. But I know that he knew.
Okay, I'm pausing that for one quick second. Listen.
Information get missed or twisted. It's not anybody being, it's not anybody lying or being deceptive. They're just they got the information a little wrong. It's like that telephone game, and it happens up the chain of command, and it drives us patrol sergeants insane.
Likely knew. I would like to think that he knew the connection between the two.
So unlike Zodiac, you don't think it was ransom or it was random?
No, I've never really had that inclination. But
do you notice how he pauses? He stops to think before about what he answer.
Okay, no, I respect that. Did you know in 1962, or excuse me, I think it was 62, our city had a killing, a shooting that they thought was the very, very first Zodiac killing. It was a guy that was shot in a cab in on South Tremont Street, the 1600 block of South Tremont Street. And he was picked up. He picked a guy up at a bus station and took him south to South Oceanside and into an alley and shot him. They shot the cab driver. And that was one of the very first, they thought initially, was involved in the Zodiac. Had you heard of that case? I did a program on it. You'll have to look in the. Actually, I just recently wrote about it in a book. But go ahead.
Are you in California? I'm not sure.
Yeah, in California.
Location.
Yeah, Southern California.
So 1962. If it's not the cab driver that.
No, that's the one in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Right? That's the guy in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Right. And this was, I think, like eight years earlier. They thought, because they thought maybe the suspect was in the military, out of Camp Pendleton.
Okay.
Anyway, I think it would be something you would find fascinating.
And the guy's like, okay, I don't give a fuck.
Seeing how you're into, that style of genre, and I understand why your mind works the way it does now. Studying that kind of stuff. But why was Levin picked, in your opinion? Why was TMZ picked?
I'll tell you. My uncle used to watch Nancy Grace and TMZ back in the early 2000s, whenever I was little, and I've never had. I know. TMZ. I feel like they can blow stuff out of proportion and be hyperbolic and stuff, but so why not? I mean, if TMZ just. And wasn't TMZ even later on in the fact, I'm not sure, but why not? They are big.
So do you
Okay, he was asked why TMZ. He said, why not?
think that the individual in your assessment here wanted the biggest splash the individual could get, or you just think he wasn't getting the attention and he reached out to them to kind of drive this along?
Well, let's keep each other honest, or let's keep everybody honest, and see if we.
Let's keep each other honest.
Drive this along.
Well, let's keep each other honest, or let's keep everybody honest, and see if we can even. The TMZ, if I believe the local station got a ransom, like a real ransom for $6 million, and then TMZ, they also sent it to TMZ. At some point, and
we never had that confirmed, unless he's got just misinformation. We never heard that much about the ransoms. We never knew. Hey, Sparky, we never knew that TMZ got the same one as, or maybe we did, because TMZ was the only one that reported on it.
They also sent it to TMZ at some point, and maybe they saw I just can't allude to that too much of that. I do hold open the possibility, though, that
wait,
much of that. I just can't allude to that too much of that.
I can't allude to too much of that.
I do hold open the possibility, though, that it was BS. You know, it was fake. Someone trying to take advantage.
What do you think of this guy in LA?
Is that the guy that texted Tommaso about the Bitcoin?
Yeah. What's your read on him?
I guess I closed down on that idea quick once they
What do you mean? Why'd you do that? Why'd you shut down on him so fast? Did your phone go out again, Aaron?
Uh-oh.
Hey, bud.
We got some echoing going on.
Definitely
I think we lost
a
him.
weird
His
ass
phone was
phone call
charging.
so far. Okay.
And we're 4 hours into this thing, so
I think I can hear him still.
Can you hear him? Aaron, can you hear me, bud? Oh, maybe he'll come back in here. Give him another minute. Interesting caller.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you need to jump, Josh, at any time, feel free. Don't. And anybody, if you went my.
So he stopped talking when it came to Derek Kalila. And then it was like echoing. He drops. He doesn't talk anymore. Does he talk anymore or?
So you
tell you that on.
I could hear him breathing.
Any thoughts tonight from anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, great show, great callers.
And Aaron, if you're out there watching, make sure you call in.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I could hear him breathing.
Oh, the poor guy. Aaron, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened at Modern Technology, bud.
I don't want to waste your guys' time anymore. I just tell you that I'm on my phone, but like it pulled up the web browser, and anytime that I focus away from this tab, I guess it disconnects me. But,
okay. Okay, so he's clicking off of the screen and like maybe checking texts or something.
Technology, right?
Yeah, it is.
So you left Louisiana at 16, came to Scottsdale. Did you go to high school in Scottsdale, or did you in the Tucson area?
No, I didn't leave Louisiana at 16. That was like 22.
Right.
Wow.
I wrote down that you left at 16.
Remember you telling me
Am I
that.
wrong?
Yes, sir. I was.
Thank y'all for liking the video, guys. We're at 1,000.
Like
We got
20 years old,
1,700 people in the room, though.
So did you graduate school in Charleston? Or excuse me, in Lake Charles?
Yes. And
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we could
Thank
talk
you,
about
Simp.
That's fine. I really don't want to rant on about myself.
You rock.
Just whenever I got out of high
Is
school.
somebody behind you? Or is that just an echo?
I want to take a second to thank Simp.
Sound like an echo.
Nobody.
He says, is someone behind you? I hear an echo.
Is behind me.
Oh, it sounded like an echo. It sounded like another person back there.
No, sir. Just me. I'm on my patio.
Oh, okay. No worries. No worries.
Acoustics.
How's the weather tonight in Scottsdale?
It's fair.
Fair. You don't know.
I'm not complaining tonight.
Yeah. Have you been there when the haboob hits?
Oh yeah, of course.
That's crazy, man.
What is up? Thank you.
Seriously, that is some crazy stuff. What was your first
12.
impression when you first experienced it?
I like it. I liked it because it's a rare occurrence. It's just one of those things that only happen every so often. So I enjoyed it. And then I didn't grow up in the desert, so I enjoyed it. But I've also grown up in hurricanes. It's far worse. So that wasn't really anything.
Yeah, Lake Charles. I mean, you guys.
It was
you guys
Nancy
got hit
screaming. Oh my Lord.
back in the day. Did you guys get flooded out? I knew up there in Lafourche Parish, I knew some folks in the 911 center up there.
Lafourche Parish, you mean Calcasieu, right?
Yeah.
Lake Charles, because they're so close to the Gulf, yeah, they would get even a category 2 or like a small one would kind of affect them. But if it wasn't Rita, I think, or Katrina, Rita, they've had some other Laura, some big ones over the years. But my grandma, tree fell through her house. Our roof got ripped off. I've lived, I could tell you it's just such. Yeah, we had to evacuate. It's gotten really bad before.
I'm sorry. Was your dad in the oil industry?
No, he was not. My dad was kind of just all over everything and nothing, a jack of all trades, but he wasn't in the oil industry.
Did you grow up with him?
Was he the Zodiac killer?
Yeah, mostly a lot. I mean, yeah.
What about your mom? Can I ask?
Well, my mom did pass whenever I was like 15, so, and then I was with my dad until I moved permanently with my dad.
Sorry to hear that.
Turn.
5 years watching. Thank you so much.
She actually took her own life.
Mr. I got that 12.
Okay, so he says his mother took her own life.
You're right. Thank you for being here with me so
I know it's
long.
horrible, but I believe I heard Robert Downey Jr. even one time. I think about this from time to time, just that when something like that happens, it gives you someone like it gave me the impetus, and that's when I learned that word.
Thank you, AJ.
That it really changed me in that way because honestly, it was horrible. But then shortly after that, like,
is your father reptilian? Sage, you're too much.
Just I was all just like
Nice to
isolating.
meet you,
It was all I put every kind of ounce of everything into myself, And honestly, I became like started doing art more, and then I became a DJ for like 4 years and making music, and then.
Are you DJ Moito?
I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Did you find
Moito,
her?
or however you say it.
Did I find her?
Uh-huh.
Did you play the Scorched Earth ball?
What do you mean?
When she took her life, did you discover her?
My mom was living in Florida.
Did anybody else find that weird that he mentioned he was a DJ?
And so,
really,
at the time whenever I was in Louisiana. So
okay. And so, you how many years ago was that? How old you were 15, but
yeah, it was 2006.
Wow. And how are you doing with it today? I understand what it means and feels to lose somebody. I lost my son, who was 20 years old in 2003.
He said he DJ'd for a little while. That's exactly what he said.
That's okay. I mean, you and I are right. We're in the club that nobody wants to wear jackets in.
Can I give a real quick shout out? Not a shout out, man, but when you say kids, like losing a mom, but losing a kid, I would never, because when you're that old, you can understand life that much. You feel and understand what pain and what loss really is. I would not want to lose my kid, and I really mean that from eyes. But the shout out is that the SBSK, there's a YouTube channel, this guy that I just started kind of following about kids. And, there's another channel out there with like Soft White Underbelly where they interview these people, and I came onto that, around COVID.
Great.
But,
That's a good channel. I watch it.
Deep. That guy's deep.
Yeah.
Great.
And honestly, I look at these people and I feel like I can relate to some of them, and that's why I also got. But that's just why I was drawn to that. But then this new channel that I came across is SBSK, Special Books, Special Kids.
Oh, hell, what?
It's just a similar.
Oh, what? I just looked this up. Special Books, Special Kids. Look at this YouTube, y'all. What is he talking about? Hold on. They do what? Oh, they exploit kids? What the fuck?
How would you introduce Bud to the world?
This little guy has been through more than anything that you and I or anybody else will probably...
No. These people help kids? This is exploiting kids. What is this? A baby permanently disabled by abuse is the title. No, no, no. 3 million subscribers. Oh my God.
Experience in the short time he's been alive. But he endures. He's a fighter, and he never gives up.
How old is Bud?
He is 3. He'll be 4 in June. He was not born this way. He is a victim of child abuse.
Nope. What the fuck do these people help? No. This guy's watching this for fun? Holy shit. Why would he want to watch that?
That's just why I was drawn to that. But then this new channel that I came across is SBSK, Special Books, Special Kids.
Okay.
And it's just it's similar, but it's different. You know, it's like the opposite side of the 8-ball. Not
the other side of the 8-ball. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh my God. You heard Josh say it was a good. You think this is good? I don't think this is good. Look at all the kids on the wall. Hold on. Look at this. Look at all the kids on the wall. What is this? I don't know how I feel about this. I'm sorry. Bella's reality. What the fuck?
Okay, we're about to go in and wake Ruby up.
We're about to wake her up?
Happy Valentine's Day! Happy Valentine's Day! You shouldn't eat that cynical. Guess what I'm making you? Heart.
Okay, this is weird.
That's it.
I just don't know. Why is this guy watching that? I don't know what it's intended for, but why is this guy watching that? I get that maybe it's good for kids that are disabled and like they see they're not normal. But what the fuck? Okay, let's keep going.
When you mentioned your kid, I take this opportunity to even share any channel with anybody, then they need to, perhaps that's one.
Well, it sounds like you've been carrying a suitcase of pain, and I'm so sorry for you as well. Is that your dog in the background?
Yeah, what are we hearing in the background, though?
No, I live in an apartment, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You guys are really lucky because next door there's like a pug that howls, and he's not right now. So we've been very fortunate to even speak.
That was definitely a dog in the background. Why is he lying? Like, people are stupid. We heard the dog. Clearly it's a dog. He's like,
okay, but it's weird that this weirdo is watching it, right? That's what's weird. And I don't trust any YouTube channels after Ruby, Frankie, and Jody Hildebrandt. I don't trust any YouTube channels with children. None of them. None of them. Especially with millions of subscribers. I don't like it. We don't know what goes on when the camera's off. And that's exactly what I learned with Ruby and Jody, was we don't know what goes on when that camera turns off. And those kids can't speak like Ruby and Jody, like Ruby's children could speak. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with putting them on the internet like that.
oh, I'm in an apartment. That's not a dog. That's my neighbor's pug. Okay. That is bullshit. That's the pug next door. And he's almost like the son of Sam. You know, when the dude, the son of Sam, you know how he was talking to the neighbor's
Hold on,
dog?
let me skip him.
At all.
That's picking a Pro Max.
We appreciate your insight here. And it sounds like, again, I have to give
muzzled
you
the dog.
credit for caring.
You know, and it's marketed as a way to look like it's not harmful. But I'm sorry, that is exploitive.
You know, and I respect the fact that you said, you know, what you have, and I thank you for your compassion. And you know that's one of the things that I think, who's ever done this, and you tell me what your feeling is, who has ever done this.
I guess my point is,
I think they're coming to realize.
Do we remember when Ruby's child escaped and went to the neighbors, ringing the doorbell, skinny as a rail? As you can see, those children in those videos, they can't just get up and walk away. These children can't just get up and walk away.
It did not go the route they anticipated it going. Am I off base there, in your opinion?
It probably has to be that way. I think you're right on there. It just didn't go as planned.
And then from there, now those individuals
what was
are
the
now
plan?
Dealing with an 84-year-old woman and the FBI close behind, on top of them. What do you anticipate they're thinking? Whoever did this. Yeah, I mean, just take a guesstimate.
You know, there was a saying once that I heard about, you know, you kind of have to be insane to be sane. And unless they're just impervious to this kind of stress, I mean, they got to be freaking out. Unless they are truly just like know that they're scot-free and they're okay. But I mean, no one can go day to day without just being in the back of their mind. They got to be thinking about it all the time.
It could be that
all
glove.
the time, every second. Maybe they will even get pressure, you know, slip up or someone come clean, or just it's like one of those things. Maybe they'll see that they're getting close, or I'm not sure. But you know, kind of going back to where we all started with this, if it was somebody that they've already spoken with and was on their radar, then
do you think YouTubers play games?
What is it?
Do you think YouTubers play games with the life of Nancy Guthrie?
Do I think that like a YouTuber would have done this?
No. Do you think they play games with the life of Nancy Guthrie?
Some do.
Do you think they try to set up other people for a conversation?
99.
To play games?
Well, games is probably not the right word, but
well, like other YouTube channels.
Yeah, and people just want the spotlight. They want to talk. They want to hear themselves talk. They want to be liked. They want to just share. So it's all driven by personal, motivations. And I wouldn't say that they're playing games, but they are part of a game.
Right. If Nancy Guthrie is at stake here, what's your opinion on that?
Okay, I want to pause it right there.
Yeah, I was just going to pause it there too. Chris McDonough thinks that this guy is making shit up.
There's YouTubers. So you're not a.
He's all defensive and shit.
That are,
oh my God, Dolly. Dolly, chill.
Like the person I'm.
Oh,
thank God I want to touch on that.
And
yeah, but helping and playing games are two different things. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And most of those people are not doing anything like what Monks is doing.
Well, I'm not asking about Monks. I'm not asking about a particular person. I'm asking about people that play games.
And even Monks is throwing out conspiracies, right? He's speculating.
Agree.
He's, but his Monk
YouTuber
and
games on YouTube, maybe a YouTuber.
So I'm still not understanding, unless you mean just the aftermath, like now are they playing games? Then
well, the question is kind of an open-ended question. Do you believe that YouTubers play games and they use Nancy Guthrie as the chessboard?
Hear that echoing?
I think it's a sad reality. It's just like,
why is it
almost in a way.
why is it a reality in your mind?
Now, I want to be clear that, I said games is probably not the right word, but when I mean that, that's a lot. It has to do with a lot of that because it's trending. It's hot. It was.
Well, yeah, but that's my point.
The bandwagon.
But that's my point. Do you believe that a lot of that has been taking place in the Nancy Guthrie case? And if so, where do you fall on that, in your opinion?
Why does Chris care?
You have this persona that you're trying to learn and gather, and you have all this information, but at the same time, you also project this idea that, you know what, I'll just kind of go, in different directions, but you won't talk about your own personality. This isn't my first rodeo.
You mean they won't talk about their personality?
Well, I've sat across some serial killers that are better liars than you.
Me?
Yeah, I don't think you're telling me the truth all the way through this whole process that I've spent an hour and a half.
Where did he come? Okay, I get what he's saying. He's telling the guy that Channing nothing to or not.
No, I'm asking you straight up. What's your real name? You
wait.
Sitting right beside
this point right now. I don't even think your name is Aaron.
Wait.
What's your name?
It's Aaron.
No, it's not. What is your real name?
Chris.
No, I'm asking you straight up. What's your real name? You approached me in this idea of honesty.
Okay.
And what's your real name? I don't think what's your real first name? Your real name is not Aaron. I haven't fallen off a turnip truck, and I don't think you have. So what's your real first name?
If you want, if there's a way that I can privately give you my number, I mean,
so what you're saying is I'm right.
No, I don't understand how you're turning this around.
Well, just tell the public I'm right. I mean, honestly, be honest. Because I'm coming at you.
Games?
Yeah, you are.
How?
You don't understand it?
Well, I'm engaging with you guys. If that's the game that I'm playing.
Okay. Why are you doing that?
Risa Joe,
at the behest
thank you so much for the gifts and go.
Because I've truly wanted to I've been hoarding in all these thoughts and theories and watching and being a quiet observer and just so fascinated with everything that I've seen you alive, and I wanted to talk to you. I was like, I wonder.
Let's start with real first name, not an AKA, not a made up, name. Just, and I'm not even going to ask you your last name. I just want to see if you're going to be honest with me. If you can't be honest with me about your first name, my name is Chris. My last name is McDonough. You can look me up. I'm all over the place. So I'm going to ask you one more time. What is your real first name?
Chris. My name is Aaron. And listen, I've been 100.
Okay, is that your middle name?
No, it's my first name. Are you guys trying to test me or something to see if I'm that guy? Because I'm not. And that's why I was saying everybody in chat or whoever, I haven't looked at the chat.
No, I'm not even watching chat. This is you and me. Okay. Okay. How do I know your name is Aaron? Because I could say my name is Jose and just type it in. And right? Am I right or wrong?
Sure. But what does that even mean?
Convince me.
Yeah, but it's hard for you to lie, Chris. You got 100,000 subscribers. You've been YouTubing for years.
Right. I mean, how's he gonna believe? If he says, "Well, my name's really Mike," what is he gonna believe that? I mean, I don't know.
Aaron is not his name. You're called in, right? But he gave his actual. I just want to say that.
Yeah, I call you Aaron when he calls again. I have an idea.
Super suspect to me. I'm just going to say that.
Your name is Aaron. Give me an idea that I can step away and go, okay, yeah, hey, that was Aaron. When he calls again, I know that's going to be Aaron.
Because
and it's not going to be some other YouTuber, or it's not going to be some other guy. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Already, I called you back 3 times. I told you where I was from. I told you where I worked. I told you what I do. I told you everything. Where do you work? I told you I used to work at Axon, and I'm a handyman now.
Okay, what's the name of your company? And I'll verify it. You want business, right? This is the best platform to get business.
I'm not I'm advertising YouTube channels about soft-white underbelly,
Well, I get that. I get that, but I'm interested in Aaron. I don't care about the underbelly. I want to.
I'm not trying to profit off of this. I'm not trying to get anything off. I just wanted to speak with you guys. So,
Okay.
I'm actually I'm blown away how it's turned in this direction.
No, it's not turned in any direction. I want to know that I'm qualifying you like you're qualifying me.
I'll tell you what. I'll do something. And
You think Aaron's trying to be Dolly at home?
I can. As I told you, if I switch my tab on my browser, but I can go to YouTube, and I have a video that's privatized from like 15 years ago from me at Lake Charles. Okay, it's not me in the video, but it's me recording it. I mean, if you want any more concrete, like, man, I can even tell you that in Lake Charles, I left, I drove.
Aaron, I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm asking you a simple question about your company. You won't even tell me the name of your company.
I told you I'm self-employed, man. I don't want to tell you the name of my company because now it's getting weird. Like, why do you deserve that kind of personal information? I've shared so much with you.
No. He shouldn't have to give this information. No, this is probably why it's deleted, dude.
No.
I'll promote it for you.
I don't want to
promote it for you.
That's why I'm calling you.
All right.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. You can press me, but I'm not. You're pressing the wrong way for sure. And
help me understand why that is.
Because everything I told you is the truth. It really is, and I will die just on that hill. I will die on that hill because it's true.
Okay. What's your girlfriend's name?
Alyssa.
Okay. And you guys have been together for how long?
2015, Chris. Like 11 years.
That's when you moved out from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Is that right?
I'm going to say one thing.
Well, you can't interview them all night.
Okay.
Been very fair in answering. Okay, and I will continue to be fair. But I'm also going to draw the line, like boundaries here, because I don't, whoever you can look. I'm not connected to this. You can look, and I just don't want my private. I have privacy that needs to be retained and maintained. Okay, so being everybody else, who they are.
We have a cooter chat.
A little cooter change for the slots.
Thank you. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Or do whatever. I don't want my privacy being violated. However, I am calling you, but I'm not giving permission for other people to violate my privacy because it's gonna be all for nothing. Because this is, this has gone barking way up the wrong tree. And
no, I'm not. I respect where you're coming from. I'm just also wanting to make sure that we have boundaries right here on YouTube, and those boundaries are Nancy Guthrie.
Well, that's fair.
I mean, you called because you're interested in the same thing I am, and that is whoever hurt or has Nancy Guthrie. It would be a fair conversation to have that. There was guys that called into this other YouTube channel, that sleuth guy, who claimed that they were the brother of the suspect, and they played a game with that guy for hours.
Oh boy! So
do you remember that? Wait a minute. Do you remember that, Aaron?
No, I really don't. I really don't. And back to your other question earlier.
Follow him, don't you?
No. Hold up. I have to tell you back because you asked me something earlier, and the truth is that I really do cherry pick anything that I watch or consume. So I don't watch all of it.
I listened to the whole conversations about 2 weeks ago. Again, let me refresh you. But no, well, okay.
Wait.
I'm following.
I haven't listened to any of those conversations, so that doesn't mean shit. Yeah, I don't know where this took the turn with the kids.
What I'm saying here, that I'm.
I should probably laugh more because this is honestly kind of.
This has been taken down.
So I need to actually.
That's fine.
Kind of laugh about this in a way. It's crazy.
Yeah, but don't you?
I'm staying on the phone with you to give you a chance to tell me, are you pulling my leg or something? Because I don't want to end a call and then you be like, "Oh, this guy's weird." I mean, come on, where is this going?
Well, it's going with you don't fall into that category of somebody that sounds like to me that would make a call to another YouTube channel and play like
well,
wait a minute, let me finish my thought. Right, you asked me to opine, so I'm going to do that. So the fact that these other people call into these other shows, and by the way, I've only had a couple of call-in shows. Okay, are you muted? Okay.
I'm not anymore.
All right. So anyway, this other person decides to, play a game at the behest of, Nancy Guthrie for clicks and views and all this other crap. Okay? And while they're on there, they,
Hold on. Richard, I don't think did that for clicks and views because I think Chris, I've done streams day. I saw him and
hold on
up in there down and dumb dude named
and all this other stuff. And the guy, buys it hook, line, and sinker, and he takes him on this adventure, at the behest of Nancy Guthrie.
Well, I did the same thing.
I'm
here. Let me say this for Chris. It could be a
the whole time, like
that game. I'm not here at for that type of game. I don't play that game.
Okay,
well, I know, but that's why I'm trying to qualify it.
And there's a lot of other people that have done far worse and been criticized. Every question you've asked me, I've not been playing it. Do you feel like I've been playing a game with you this whole time? Like, genuinely, going all the way back? Come on, I felt like, no way. I'm not playing a game.
Aaron, I've had people sit across from me about 3.5 feet, because that's the length of a table, look at me right in the eyes, and in pure clarity go, I don't know what you're talking about. So to answer your question, I don't know where you're coming from. I know you're the last caller of the night. You have some very interesting positions. You have some very interesting information. So I have to measure that against, some of the other things that I've heard on YouTube, and then go, okay, well, what's this guy's motive? What's his MO?
Well, I have no motive, man. And frankly, don't judge me as I'm like so brilliant, but maybe look at everybody else and how just quackadoodle most of the people are out there. Because, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of quacks, and this is all built up for me over 3 months. I don't have any friends down here. I don't get to talk to anybody about this, and it was just the right time, the right place that I seen you were live and called in, and I kind of, I'm not promoting anything. Promoting anything.
Because you brought those YouTube channels up. I didn't.
Well, I brought YouTube channels up. Yes.
Okay, so he's bothered by the kid YouTube channels. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna be straight. He's not a kid. This guy's 35 years old. He's not a kid. He's a grown-ass man. And the shout out that he did to that YouTube channel is a little disturbing for a 35-year-old man to be watching.
Somebody said I need to take this video. Did you know what views?
What did I say?
Okay, so what's the MO?
No, that's what I say.
Dude.
Okay, so what's the MO there? What was your motive for doing that?
Well, because you said that you lost your son, and I apologized, and then I just stopped.
He said he has no friends, and this is the channel he shouted out. Special books by special kids, 3.72 million subscribers. I've already showed it once. I'm not going to play the videos again, but it's very exploitive in my opinion, and I don't trust these YouTube channels. It's all guys with these kids. I don't see any girls. Oh, there's some women, but I don't know. It's heavily disturbing, okay? This is what he shouted out. And that was when everything turned for Chris.
Oh, no, you did this before that.
What did I say? Monks?
And?
Nancy Grace, Megan Kelly, Brian Hinton. Yeah,
I heard y'all about the channel.
And did you watch the episode of the guy calling in on that other channel?
Chris, I swear to you on my life, I have not watched Sleuth Intuition's channel, and I checked just yesterday and 2 days ago because I had to step away from him because it was just getting too outlandish. And so, no, I didn't catch anybody calling in. I didn't follow anybody's lives. I don't have the patience to stick around for that long for a live. Usually, I'll just I'll make my own conclusions, my own judgments from what I see. I'll gather what I can and just discern from what's not. And here I am.
Totally understand. And I respect that. Totally understand. So here's going to be I want to get to know you, and you probably want to get to know me. Am I right or wrong?
You probably know me better than any, a lot. I mean, as I said, I've kind of hear all my family back, but I think I've told you enough. And frankly, at this point, I don't, yeah, you want to talk in private or something, we can, but I'm not going to be doing judgment under.
That's where I'm going here. I want to get to know you, and so you can get to know me, and so that, we have a mutual respect for each other even further. Then,
well, I don't know if I believe you there. I feel like you're still trying to lure me in, but that's fine. I'll come right to you because I'm not hiding anything.
Fine, but what would I be luring you into? I don't understand that comment.
If you were, because it just seems like this whole time you're kind of testing me to see where I stand, who I am, and you don't know, and that's fair. And so if you're trying to say you want, no, but
I don't do psychology. I do people that have committed crimes. That's what I do. That's my business. And it's kind of like the hunter and the guy that studies once the hunter puts it into the zoo. A psychologist studies the animal in the zoo. I hunt the animal. We're two different personalities. Would you agree with that?
He said I don't know if I know you well enough to say that we are.
That's fine. You'll get to know me. Okay.
All I was saying, Chris, is if you're going to say that, what I meant by if you're trying to lure me is you're trying to get this information or the false pretense that you are being genuine, like you really want to get to know me, or do you really want to find out, who is this guy?
Okay, so for everybody, we're gonna stop for just a second here. I want to do a quick poll, just a verbal poll. You guys can react in the chat. For the people that are like, oh my God, Chris is so bad for doing this, blah, blah, blah. Are you okay with this? Are you okay with this? This kid passed away. You okay with that? I'd rather watch
How
Chris
would you introduce
than
Bud
this.
to the world?
This little guy has been through more than anything that you and I or anybody else will probably experience in the short time he's been alive. But he endures, he's a fighter, and he never gives up.
How old is Bud?
He is 3, he'll be 4 in June. He was not born this way. He is a victim of child abuse. So, however, he's overcome and he's a fighter. And so with what he has, his situation, he seizes quite often, as you can tell. So we balance that with medication, and he has lots of doctor visits for that.
Do you have any...
No. I don't see this as being okay in any way, shape, or form. The fact that this 35-year-old man says that that's his favorite channel is very, very strange to me. So I would rather watch Chris question a guy that he thinks is sus because the guy likes to watch this. It's weird. It's weird. No one thought Ruby and Jody had anything weird going on either. They looked like a great family, didn't they?
False pretense that you are being genuine, like you.
It's one thing if it's for awareness. That seems to me like exploitation.
Really want to get to know me, or do you really want to find out, who is this guy? Because he's a weirdo, and I promise you, I'm the former. I'm not who you. So it's just kind of even weirding me out. As much as I wanted to talk to you, and this conversation has just gone so bizarrely. Like I do want to, but I've told you everything that's on my mind. So
yeah. Yeah. No, and I understand that, and I respect that, and that's what I'm saying.
To make you even, hey, I did grow up reading not psychology but philosophy and stuff, and I'm very, I think about the human mind and condition and everything. I know what suffering is. I know it good and bad and dark and all everything in between, man.
I know good and bad and dark and suffering.
So if it's anything, I did want to call you to give you actually a conversation instead of the ones that I had been hearing before, and just I had some questions that I wanted answered to.
Ask. I'm an open book.
I think, this juncture in the conversation, I may not be able to recall, but I believe I asked you who you guys even, but now you probably think, I'm just fishing for information, so I don't even want to ask you who you think did it.
Because he is fishing for information, it sounds like.
Well, I don't think you're fishing for information, personally.
No.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that at all. I think you're a smart dude.
We're going to open the phone lines and maybe he'll call.
Okay, so you have. You
That's why I'm
carry
even talking to you this much.
I understand, you know,
Scooters,
where you're coming from. And but I also think you're smart. I think, you know, you have an opinion.
see, I don't understand why the page was brought up either. Why he needed to call in to talk about Nancy Guthrie and then give a shout out to Soft White Underbelly and this disabled kids channel, which is called Special Books by Special Kids. Damn it. Special Books by Special Kids. I just accidentally closed everything. My bad.
And your opinion is linear because that's just the way your brain works. I think you're a list keeper. Do you keep a list?
Yes, sir, religiously.
Yeah. So you see, I've learned a lot about your personality, just like you're learning about mine, where you're feeling that I'm becoming more, direct at you. But again, you're very organized.
See, the thing is, this guy could have hung up. This guy could have hung up at any time. He wasn't forced to stay up there. Those kids have no choice. Those kids can't speak for themselves. It's so different. It's so different. These are two grown men having a conversation on YouTube, and this guy can literally hang up.
The fact that you talk about the gig economy tells me that, you've bounced from job to job to job. Am I wrong?
Well, look, certainly it's fair to say I've not found my place until I was able to kind of be autonomous and on my own. And the truth is that, hey, I'll tell you more about myself. I'm not perfect. And anytime, a job, like, they would always disappoint me and stuff. And frankly, I heard about this job and I took a leap of faith and just did it. And my uncle had given me like some random tools before I got this job. And then I left Axon. I didn't know what to do. I just signed up. I did a background check. I passed and I started doing this job. And so if I bounce around, I mean, sure, I've looked and I've tried other things, but I put my heart, in places and it just hasn't been the right. So what?
Yeah, no, and I understand that. I understand that. And so let's do this. Let's take this offline because I think that's the right place for it to go. Mm-hmm. And do you trust me enough to send me an email and I'll call you?
Well, I want to tell you something, Chris, is that both of my grandmothers died last year. I'm being completely honest with you. God can strike me dead right now. It doesn't matter. And I'm also in like this probate estate. Well, my uncle is kind of screwing me and my other uncle over and the lawyer. And so now my perception on trust really has degraded over the last 12 years. And now, so I do trust you in that I have nothing to hide. But I mean, again, but I probably would want to, I'm not going to not give you what you asked for because I have no reason not to, other than just saying, I don't know what more I could say. So I don't know what you want to ask me unless you want to like dig into me, and this isn't about me. So I don't know why you want to talk to me anymore.
Well, is trust earned or trust shared? Trust is shared, Aaron.
Once it's earned.
But you see, we live three types of lives on this earth. Do you know what they are?
This is not Richard.
I'm not sure I do.
I think when I say you're going to go, of course. So we live our.
This dude don't come off as crazy as Richard.
A secret life, right?
I don't think that, Kelly.
We live.
I'm sorry that you took it that way.
Public life, is that what you said?
Yeah.
I mean, there's some truth to that, I suppose.
No, I mean, we're.
So, would that device make that if it gets close to another one? Like if someone else is there?
We're in our public persona right now. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. We've kind of entered into a little bit about the private persona, meaning, you shared with me about your mom passing, and I'm so sorry. And I mean that in sincerity. You shared with me, your about your girlfriend.
Hear that squeaking?
That you guys met when you were 16. You shared with me that you moved from Lake Charles. And all, right. All of that stuff is all, somewhat private persona, your employment situation.
Could be, but I don't think it's him. The voice is different.
I'm on 6% and I'm listening to you. My headphones died and I don't want, I'm holding the phone to my ear, but once I plug it on the chargers.
All right. So let's do this. I'll wait for you when you're ready to send me an email. Okay. My email address is below. It says contact information and it's a Proton email. So it's encrypted end to end. I want to learn from you about the Bitcoin, what your impressions are about the Bitcoin
end to
and
end.
how you think those guys set that up. Would you mind sharing that with me?
Hello?
Yeah. Did you hear my question, brother?
All right. So I went to another tab and I heard you said you want to hear my insight about the Bitcoin and stuff. I mean,
yeah. And how you believe those guys would have set this up, because it is somewhat, moderately sophisticated. I would agree with you.
Well, Chris, I don't know everything. Okay. I just know I just know that there's ways, man. I don't know, I know the what, I don't know the how exactly. I know that the what is there. I don't know who, where, when. Okay. So I'm just telling you that, you could gather a lot of information just off of Reddit or anywhere. And, as I said, I grew up watching, I love educational material.
There's a lot of people named Aaron.
That's
My
one of the things
guitarist
that
and my band's
I'm
name was
informed about.
Aaron.
That's all. And so I don't know what more,
By the way, that SBSK YouTube channel is really good.
Yeah, it's a great channel.
Yeah,
as is the Underbelly.
Underbelly is cool too. I like Underbelly, but
Classic stuff.
Very, very interesting.
Classic stuff. All right. Well,
Chris. Classic stuff. Yeah, it's classic stuff. All right. Wow. Josh is like, yeah, that's a great channel, dude. I totally thought it was going to be like a gaming channel. And Chris is like, oh, yeah.
as is the Underbelly.
Underbelly is cool too. I like Underbelly, but
Classic stuff.
Very, very interesting.
Classic stuff. All right. Well, I'll leave the ball, with you, brother. If you feel that we can carry on a conversation, I'm all in. I am interested in finding out, and learning about what you've learned about the Bitcoin process. I mean, because just going to Reddit, Reddit's like the Wild West. Would you agree? I think he's lost his pad again. The poor guy's been.
I heard the
bouncing
echoing.
around. All right.
Is that it?
All right. I'm gonna call it, and hopefully Aaron will circle back with my other information, and we'll pick it up from there. You guys got any other thoughts?
Oh no, it was just fascinating to listen to.
Okay. So that was the call that everybody has.
And that's it. Weird. It was weird. I mean, no doubt about it, but I don't know if this. I don't know. I mean, the guy might be weird. But I don't know if he's weird because of Guthrie or if he's just weird. You know what I mean? You kept telling him to answer. Yeah. Yeah, it was all over the place, man. I'm glad I got to hear it too, because you guys, I heard all about it, but hey, Hyper Kimberly, welcome in. Thanks for coming over from Salties. It's all over the place. I'm glad I got to hear it though, because you guys were telling me about it and I was like, Mace, I already played it. Hey, Citizen. Yeah, we played the one on sleuths. We already did. We already watched it. Whew. That was a lot. That was a lot. That's got my mind. I think he's just super weird. It was at 1 a.m. Not in Arizona, though. Yeah, we played it. We kind of went out of order, but we found the whole call on Dolly's. Yeah, I was on a tilt-a-whirl that whole time. The Soft White Underbelly is another YouTube channel I'll show you. They kind of expose the soft white underbelly of people in America, and they were under scrutiny for a 13-year-old girl that was trafficked, having her in an interview. Like this. I was fed human flesh and blood in one of their sadistic ceremonies. Getting high in the ER. Married to a pedophile at 16. Addiction, NDE, and recovery. From prison guard to prison inmate. Sister Rebecca takes a sabbatical. Alcohol, a boat, and a deadly mistake. The wild life of an undercover FBI officer. And they're all in, look at a Native American story, Sarah. I was adopted by a family of 3 guys. Here's a short.
Good morning, bitches. It's mommy. Just letting you know, she's here. Anyway, how have you been?
I've been great.
So have I. I dare to say even better, but you know. So moving on, second story. So back to my birthday. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Shitfuck catastrophe. Rebecca, compose yourself. Minimal to exceeding maximal pain. So I got in a fight on my birthday. I was kind of drunk.
I think it's very exploitive and very creepy. I'm not crazy about it. I mean, I think it really should have, look at why I murdered my parents. Why I murdered my parents. It's very dark. You can love it, but it's very dark. And this guy calls in to talk about Nancy Guthrie and shouts out this channel and that other channel. It's weird. 3 sisters on heroin. The Whitakers. How I became part of a satanic cult. Life of a single mother in the hood. Life inside the Aryan Brotherhood. It's very dark shit. A life story on drugs. Locked in a room for 7 years. Human trafficking survivor. I mean, there's so much. Extreme case of domestic violence. How childhood trauma destroys us. This can be very triggering for people. But why would he shout that out? Just because he's a weirdo? I don't know. All of that together is kind of concerning, right? It's weird. It makes us feel weird. And you can watch it and yeah, but it's very dark and very real. And people watch those things for different reasons, right? Some of us watch it because we're curious. Some of us watch it because we get off on it. Think about it. There's all kinds of sickos out there. Not everybody that watches it is watching it so they can learn more and be more educated. That's not what everybody watches that shit for. A lot of people watch that kind of shit all the time. You know what I mean? I'm not saying people that watch it are weird. I'm saying the context it was brought up and the fact that he shouted those 2 things out when calling in about Nancy is wild to me. It's absolutely wild. But shout out to Dolly Vision for that audio. Whew. Who's Mark, Jojo? Is that the founder of the show? Is his name Mark? Whew. Okay, do we need a palate cleanser? I think we do. Okay, let's do a palate cleanser for to get rid of this dark energy. Here we go. Here's a funny for you.
It's a Barbie camper of sorts designed by the guy driving it there, 30-year-old Molly.
Dude, if you guys don't laugh at this, if this doesn't change your frown upside down, Tell me what does.
It's a Barbie camper of sorts designed by the guy driving it there, 30-year-old Molly Hightower, a handyman not far from Atlanta. He says he started with a go-kart base and the engine from an old power washer, and what he got is maybe the ultimate answer to higher gas prices.
Gas is getting too high, so I gotta do what I can. I can't do the my regular cars. I gotta do my little mini cars. So if I can get $1 on pump 6. Thank you.
Yes, $1. That little mini car, as he calls it, cost all of $3 to fill up entirely, compared to about $60 for his real car, a minivan. And while he can't pick up the kids in the mini car, he did install a rack for groceries. And as long as he stays off the highway, he says the local cops have been understanding.
Look at his. Look at the top. He's got a rack for groceries. I love this man. Love it. If I saw him, I would stop him and shake his hand. I love it. Watch.
Minivan. And while he can't pick up the kids in the mini car, he did install a rack for groceries. And as long as he stays off the highway, he says the local cops have been understanding. Oh, and yes, he says this is for real.
Gas has always been an issue. It go up, it goes down, things like that. But this time is when I'm actually starting to feel it.
And there it is. Maybe not the Barbie Dreammobile, but at $3 a tank, pretty close to a dream.
Isn't he cute? Look at him driving. Look at him turn the corner. Watch.
He's off the highway.
Look at him.
Says,
look at him merging. He's merging. Watch.
Mini car, he did install a rack for groceries, and as long as he stays off the highway, he says the local cops have been understanding.
It's awesome. It's so awesome. Oh my God. I hope that made you guys laugh. I think it's wonderful. Even the news guy just starts cracking up. He's like, he even put a rack on.
For groceries, and as long as he stays off the highway, he says the
There
local
he goes.
cops have been understanding.
I would love that. So if you're in the Atlanta area and you see that guy, man, shake his hand. I am crying. It's so cute. Freaking awesome. Okay. I'm so happy for palate cleansers. Aren't they great? Aren't they great? Okay, so we got to get into our next update though. Okay. I know the Nancy Guthrie thing is hot on the docket. But we do have to talk about Lynette. We have to talk about Lynette Hooker because TikTok, Brian, we've got 2 updates to get through. Let's get started on that. Thank you guys for being here. Make sure that you have hit the like button. I do have another palate cleanser in my back pocket. Here we go. Ashley Banfield, Drop Dead Serious.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious. I have some things to talk to you about. And if you are like me and you are loving every minute that a piece of the puzzle goes in to actually put the story together,
I love it,
of what really happened to Lynette Hooker, as opposed to what Brian Hooker says happened to his wife. And by now I think you know. But if you don't, quick summary. He says in the Bahamas, she just, fell off the back of the dinghy and there she went. Couldn't reach her. Lots of waves, lots of wind, currents, tides. Oh no,
We're going to get to the current stuff.
Me to a camera that she remembered and we undercover. Navigationally, where he was going, he could use the images. This is what family members have told me. He could use those images while navigating. So cameras on the mast, up high, looking around. Cameras on board. And we have discovered just through imaging multiple cameras in that pilot house. Okay, so just imagine for a moment, you see lots of sailboats, keel boats, big boats, over 40 feet, even 30, that some people live on. They're not covered. There's the above deck and then there's the below deck. Not the TV show, but the real thing, below deck. This particular 46-foot sloop had an above deck that was covered with a hard covering that made it like a pilot house. Kind of nice, actually. You could be up there
Chicago.
And still not be in the elements. You might even be able to air condition it. And I can tell you a little bit about the air conditioner because I finally found the air conditioner that I've been looking for that Brian tinkered with to get his hide key to get into the below deck area of his boat when the fire and rescue people and the police brought him back to the boat after his calamitous night. I'll get to that in just a moment, that air conditioner. So in that pilot house, which is above deck, nicely covered, even the helm, the big steering wheel is under cover, which is kind of nice. If it's raining or if it's awful,
and there he is with that little headlamp on.
Can be undercover. There was a camera that we saw that was positioned at the front of that pilot house, facing the stern, the back of the boat. Now, that was there over 4 years ago when they were purchasing the boat. We do not know if they kept it there
damn dinghy.
when they purchased the boat or if Brian and Lynette rewired different cameras, different systems. But I can tell you this. Lynette's daughter, Carly, was on board that boat in February, and she remembers a camera in that exact position. And I did not suggest it to her. I didn't send her a picture of it. I just asked her if she remembered about cameras on board, and that was where she directed me, to a camera that she remembered. And we, Lindsay and I, went and found that image of that camera right there. And then said, does this look like the camera or the place? And she wasn't sure if it was the exact camera, but that looked like the place where the camera was that she remembers. Up under the bimini, she called it. A lot of covers on boats are called biminis, but this is a bimini, sort of whole entire bimini house, pilot house. So there is confirmation that at least in February, there were cameras inside at the front of that pilot house facing the stern, covering that angle. And then wouldn't you know it, when we looked at one of the images that Lynette sent her family, we were able to see what looked like something that might actually be that camera or a camera in that exact spot. Lynette is holding what seems to me to be a Life 360 camera, and basically you can hold a selfie stick and you can get shots all around you, and it erases the selfie stick. So you basically just have your hands. It looks like you're holding your hands out. And she actually made kind of a funny joke about these are my big fat hands on Facebook because she's holding.
I have one of those for CrimeCon, guys. Happy Friday, Jason.
Holding the selfie stick and showing everybody who's in that pilot house visiting. These are family members visiting. These are her dad and her dad's wife and other members of the family, clearly in happier times, or at least a happy time. But there is that image that we slowed down on. It's a little hard to see because it's a bit blurry, but you can definitely see what looks like might be a camera in that exact same spot on the windshield facing the stern. But I can do you one better, or at least equal. That would not be the only camera that we have been able to find. There is another camera that was sent as an image to her family, just basically as a check-in. She did like a screen grab and texted it to her family member saying, we're okay. And it is a shot coming from, boom, the stern, looking forward. And in the top left-hand part of the image, you can see burned in a logo called Blink. And guess what Blink is? It is a camera.
Blink.
It's a whole
We know what
system.
Blink is.
Friends of Lynette and Brian's have actually told me that they had Blink cameras. And so we now know that there is a Blink camera at the stern of the pilot house facing the bow, facing forward, seeing all the action in the cockpit that is covered by the pilot house, the bimini. And there seems to be a camera from the front facing back. Kind of gets all angles. I like the back camera the best, and I'll tell you why. The back camera facing forward towards the bow, also down low, gives you an image of below deck. Things that might have happened below deck. I'm not saying anything happened. Brian hasn't been charged with any crime. But if something happened to Lynette on board Soulmate, as I theorize, is really the truth, because the other story he told is bullshit, it is possible that that camera may have caught what happened below deck. Or if it happened in the pilot house, maybe above deck. One thing we do know is that we have no reports from people who were close by, close enough to hear the big splash that I told you about. Remember, there were some people on shore only 100 yards away. They were parked just offshore at Aunt Pat's Bay. And witnesses heard a big splash, like a big one, not an insignificant one, a big one, because it registered with them. And also, they thought it was after 9:30 at night because it was late enough that most of the din of island activity had settled down, and it was quiet. It was quiet out in the anchorage where all the boats are anchored. And they heard that big splash coming from Soulmate, which is also fascinating that it stuck with them. I also know that in certain times of the year, it's super busy and a lot of boats are anchored out in Aunt Pat's Bay. But at this particular weekend, Easter weekend, there weren't that many. So interesting. I guess they were able to get a beat on Soulmate. You can also tell, honest to God, you can tell when one sailboat has liveaboards as opposed to just a charter or somebody who's enjoying, say, a weekend or just some time on their sailboat. You can tell the liveaboards because they're outfitted for life, usually with solar panels and tons of gear, and all their stuff is on deck, like their paddle boards and their dinghy and their extra water bottles and all that stuff. Tons of stuff is above and below deck when you're a liveaboard.
dinghy.
You have very little space. Like so little. And stowage gets filled up, so you end up starting to put stuff on the deck. And so you can usually tell right away when you see a liveaboard, and it will register with you. And also, if you're going to sleep overnight in Aunt Pat's Bay, there's a good chance you're a liveaboard, right? Otherwise, you'd come back into harbor and get back on the mooring ball or throw anchor and come back to your hotel or whatever it is, maybe your house, you know. Whatever it is you do with your sailboat. Some people live on board, some people just have visits, some people day sail, even with a keelboat, and some people do like a night over or 2 nights. But you can tell the ones who live. It's different. So maybe that's how these people in Aunt Pat's Bay knew it was Soulmate where the splash came from, because they had a beat on it when it was light out. And so when it was dark, they're like, whoa, those are those liveaboards. That's coming right from the direction of those liveaboards. I don't know, I wasn't there, but I am giving you the witness reports that came from very reputable sources. You know, Fire and Rescue, Jim Todd is one of the best sources anywhere on this particular story because he has firsthand accounts. He lives there, he rescues, and also he's just a really sober-minded and honest guy with a ton of integrity.
We don't know where Brian is. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
And so these reports that he's been taking, sometimes you look at hearsay and wonder if it's a game of telephone, and other times you say, oh no, that's a fair assessment. So it is entirely possible, if there was activity on board Soulmate, well after there should be no one on board Soulmate, because yikes, I lost my wife and I had no power and I floated for 9 hours and ended up on, the shores of Marsh Harbor. Nobody made it back to Soulmate then. So if there's activity on Soulmate, why would that be? I think we all pretty much know why. The cameras could have even caught it. This episode is brought to you by Wild Crane. If you love really good fresh bread, but you don't have time to hunt down a bakery, key and dropped anchor again in Aunt Pat's Bay and then took their dinghy to Tahiti Beach to enjoy, Tahiti Beach. It is phenomenal. And then got back in the dinghy and headed north. I don't know if they stopped back on Soulmate before they continued even further north and went into the Abaco Inn through the White Sound Channel, right? But they should never have been back on board. Not after all that. And Lynette's habit, after a day of being out in the salt water and all the rest, according to her daughter, who was there in February on board with them, was to get back up on board and probably take a shower, which would mean you would remove your blue Conch Republic headscarf and your aquamarine covered bathing suit cover up and your black two-piece bathing suit. Or maybe you'd shower in the bathing suit, maybe just to clean it off from the salt water. It's possible. But all of that is great, but doesn't top taking her Apple Watch off when she gets on board. And around dinner time, putting it on the charger because her Apple Watch was losing battery power. It was getting old and it wasn't holding battery. So she would take it off around dinner time and put it on the charger. Well, dinner time, I don't know, say around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Because that's the time they would have made it back to Soulmate. If Brian's story is true, they left the Abaco Inn at 7:30. I'm still working on that. And they would have been at the dump zone, baloney, by 7:40, not even. And they'd have been at Soulmate by about 7:41, 7:46, somewhere in there. And hopefully that watch came off, onto the charger, into the shower. Hopefully those garments went back in a closet somewhere where Brian doesn't care enough about his wife to actually care about what she's wearing. And I can say that as fact because he told the search and rescuers, oh yeah, I don't know, she was wearing just a black two-piece bathing suit. Nothing more. Didn't actually say anything about the aquamarine cover-up or the blue Conch Inn or Conch Republic headscarf.
Or the fanny pack.
I sure hope she put those away and that they're still on board the boat. And our photograph that we were able to get from the Abaco Inn showed that she was wearing those things.
That's a great point, Locked and Loaded. I hope they found her swimsuit cover to prove she made it back to the boat. Me too, because that takes his entire story out the window. It's good to see you, girl.
And the Apple Watch. So if the Apple Watch made it back on board, A, how, Brian? And B, oh dear Jesus, Brian, that would have connected to your Starlink because her Apple Watch was connected to her phone and the phone is connected to the Starlink and the hip bone's connected to the thigh bone. And I am hoping every single piece of Lynette is found. She deserves to be found.
Agreed.
I'm not saying Brian killed her. He's not charged with anything. Yet. But there is a digital trove on board that boat. Cameras alone. Okay? I'll get to the other digital trove that I know about.
Oh.
But I can tell you this as well. There's not just cameras above board. There's cameras below board too. There is at least one camera below board that witnesses have been able to mention. And let's just wonder if that one collected anything. Because remember in the Nancy Guthrie case, she didn't even have a subscription, and yet Google was able to scratch images of that scumbag who took her. Mm-hmm. What about these ones? What about these cameras? Might they have caught something below deck and above deck? Maybe sounds, maybe images. There's a lot of cameras. So, TikTok, Brian, TikTok. What I don't know, and to be a fly on the wall of the Coast Guard Investigative Service and the work that they are doing at the Fort Pierce Coast Guard Station, where they have raided that boat and turned it into a crime scene with crime scene tape, images that we were able to gather in just the last few days. And before that, the exclusive images that you can only see here on Drop Dead Serious, unless someone took them, of that Soulmate yacht being towed in by the Coast Guard after the interdiction off of the shore, 40 miles out.
Oops.
They grabbed it, they towed it in, and then as they got closer to the marina, they actually put Soulmate up side by side and brought it in side by side. It was like a parade. I loved it so much. I was so happy to get those images.
It was like a parade.
Cheering. when I got those images. And thank you to everybody in the marina who helped me. You know who you are. Captain Lou, McKenna and Michaela. Oh my God, you guys. And Greg, you know who you are, guys. Thank you so much for everything you did for us. And everybody else who has helped to get information. David and Ronnie in the Bahamas, I'm looking at you guys. Marina in the Bahamas, I'm looking at you, girl. I mean, there's just so many people. There's Pete, and there's Nathan, and there's Jim, and there's Ashley, another Ashley, different spelling, and Joe. I mean, all of these amazing people, Aaron and Hope. I mean, you all have helped crowdsource this justice effort, right? Lynette deserves justice, and it's going to take a village. So, and if I've missed you, I will get you. I have been doing lots of kudos in many of my episodes, and I will continue to do so. And I'm sorry if I missed you in this one. Thinking on my feet, and I'm never good at that. But as far as cameras, I do know from witnesses that there were multiple cameras on board. I don't know if they were still there when the raid happened. And all I can tell you from sources everywhere is that raid was a good one. That it was really good and fruitful and so much stuff that is pushing this investigation.
Damn, Ashley. Ooh, Hooker, you are cooked.
From sources everywhere is that raid was a good one. That it was really good and fruitful and so much stuff that is pushing this investigation further at a rapid rate. So that's what I love. And, you know, I hear you if you're saying, but Ashley, I saw one of your episodes before and you said that Brian Hooker was a master of masking his locations. He was fired, after all, from AT&T for jigging around with the GPS on his work van and hiding his location. And he did do a lot of networking on that boat, because even Lynette said, Brian's geeking out networking the boat. And many people have said this guy had weirder and way more electronics on board than anybody else who's lived aboard. He was like to the 9th degree and had a digital graveyard. I mean, I have a real phone graveyard because I'm afraid of getting rid of them, but this guy had a digital graveyard. And to that effect, I know that there were multiple laptops, computers, tablets that Lynette and Brian had. So I don't know how many could fit in that carry-on bag or whatever Brian checked when he bounced out of the Bahamas after promising us all that he would never leave until he found his wife. Ugh. Liar. Liar.
Well, what I want to know is, did his sister take some shit when she left as well? Look at her. She's like, you freaking filthy ass liar.
Promising us all that he would never leave until he found his wife. Ugh. Liar.
She said, ugh. She did it.
Liar. Never leave until he found his wife. Ugh. Liar. Liar. And the other reason I know he's a liar is because you have completely ghosted your family. You know, the daughter that you've basically raised, the stepdaughter that you've raised since she was about 3, Carly. Yeah, you haven't contacted her at all. What the hell is that? It's called consciousness of guilt in my world. I don't know about your world. You haven't been charged yet, Brian. Emphasis on the yet. How about your mother-in-law, Darlene? Not a word to her either? Really? I mean, if we're to believe your story, Brian, you are grieving. And this was horrendous. What a tragedy you've been through. You would connect with family. You wouldn't ghost them.
Right.
So again, these behaviors are the behaviors of killers I've met before. And I've got so much more of that in another episode. But
damn,
honest to God, the cameras.
She said that behavior is of killers I've met before. She ain't messing around.
Bing bong. I just can't stop thinking about all the ways that whatever happened below deck or above deck might have been captured. I mean, crime on cam? Wow, now you're talking my language. And then the electronics, right? This just trove of electronics and digital stuff and laptops and tablets, everything that did exist at one point. Did the Coast Guard investigators get that stuff? Because we saw them carrying a bunch of stuff that looked very electronic to us, putting it into evidence bags, getting it off board, set up a whole table to process all the evidence that they were getting from onboard Soulmate. And, you know, Brian didn't have a whole lot of time, if you think about it. He had a couple of days, yeah, but he was under the watchful eye, kinda. Didn't have a whole lot of time. And then he was arrested, and then he just got the hell out. I mean, I think he was in Freeport, nowhere near the boat in Marsh Harbor, and got out at 8 o'clock at night, slept there, did his interviews with all the, you know, CBS, NBC, ABC. Look how innocent I am. What a victim. Wah. And then gone to Nassau and out. I don't think he ever returned to Marsh Harbor, to that boat. So I'm not so sure that the best forensic cleaning job was done prior to the real forensics cleaners coming, meaning the Coast Guard Investigative Service. Those agents worked for days processing that boat, taking stuff off. I watched from above, below, around, paddleboards. We have a team. We have a village. You guys know who you are. You're awesome. And they got some really good stuff. Digital exhaust, we call it. Digital exhaust. Usually trips up everybody, even criminology PhDs. You know, the idiot I'm talking about.
Coburger.
So told you about the blink camera. I've told you about the Light 360 camera that caught maybe another camera. We know about a camera down below. We know about it from witnesses who've been there. It's just a matter of whether they got all of these and whether they can scrape, just like they did in the Nancy Guthrie case, any images or sound or behaviors that might have happened on board. And how about this? The connectivity. Connectivity. You get near soulmate with your cell phone and your Apple Watches and whatever else watch you have, it's going to connect. And that's the past. You can't erase the past. If something went sideways, down below deck or above deck, you can't erase the past. You might erase the future best you can, but you kind of suck at it. You got fired from AT&T for trying to do that. But it's real hard to erase the past. So everybody cross your fingers and say a collective woosah that the Coast Guard Investigative Service agents who are busting their ass for over 5 weeks, coming up on 6 weeks, have been able to actually put those pieces in the puzzle.
The big house.
Puzzle's getting real complete. I'm starting to really see the picture. Let me tell you. TikTok, motherfucker. TikTok, Brian Hooker. The other thing Brian was
That's
known
the best
to
part.
have,
TikTok, motherfucker.
Puzzle's getting real complete. I'm starting to really see the picture. Let me tell you. TikTok, motherfucker. TikTok, Brian Hooker. The other thing Brian was known to have had and done was geek out on apps, like tons of apps on his watch, on his app, on his watch, on his tablets, on his computers. He did everything via the apps. You can monitor the water. Like, when you're on board, fresh water is really important. You can monitor that. You can monitor your direction. You can monitor your past, travels, your future travels. You can monitor your electricity. How much do you have left? How much do you still need? What's the solar doing? He was an app geek, which, thank you, Jesus, only helps investigators with digital exhaust, because he just might not be smart enough, clearly not smart enough to beat AT&T. And I can tell you, not smart enough to beat the feds. That's just going to be my guess here. He's not charged with anything. He's innocent until proven guilty, right? Not charged with anything yet. TikTok, motherfucker. But those apps could be a goldmine as well, given all the stuff that's on board that likely Coast Guard investigators got, because they brought so much stuff off that boat, which is weird because you think the Bahamians would have, but they didn't. So the apps are going to be amazing, monitoring all of it. When power kicked on board, how about that? Because there shouldn't be much if you didn't make it back to soulmate when your long-suffering wife bounced off the back and you couldn't get to her. Ex-Marine, you do not exemplify Semper Fi. You do not. Let's just be clear.
Tell them.
So power, yeah. Like, what about the power on board? Because if Lynette showered when she got up on board, boom, power would kick on. Power to move the water and to get it pumping out of the taps in the bathrooms on board. And I don't know, if you just decided to maybe cook something or heat something up, boom, power. Open the fridge, boom, power again. Couple times, power, right? Throughout the day, there'll be little bits of power that are standard and normal all day long for liveaboards. Your freezer, on, off. Fridge, a little bit on, off. But when you open the fridge, boom, it's really on. And you open the fridge again for another beer, really on. There are power events that are really noticeable. And these batteries record them. Because I think you'll remember from a prior episode, I told you that Brian and Lynette had a lightning strike and had to replace so much of their equipment. The batteries, for one, are new. And the newer batteries are like a journal. They log everything. Thank you, Jesus. I don't know if Brian knew that. If he didn't, wah, sucks to be you, Brian. So the other thing I wanted to draw your attention to, we have mentioned this before, but now it's becoming more interesting to me, is that electric engine that, Brian swears out Lynette went, grabbed the lanyard and took the key out with her, and the spare key was in the dry bag that she somehow was able to grab or have on her while she's driving in terrible weather. Bullshit. In any case, that engine was not the only engine they had. We've seen lots of, social media pictures showing a different electric engine. These engines have telemetrics. These engines tell you what they've been doing, and they connect to, say it with me, your phone. Those telemetrics, they connect to your phone, maybe even your watch. And so what's super interesting is the potential of having that second engine. Do I know if on April 4th there was a second engine on board? I do not. I just know they had one. They had one in social media pictures. And what's key about liveaboards is that you don't throw this stuff out. It's important. Your dinghy is your lifeline, right? It's your life raft. And it is the only way you're getting groceries, really. I mean, they brag all the time about having not touched a dock, right? We haven't tied up to a dock for X number of years. It's a bragging right. And so you get into your dinghy, you throw down anchor, or you grab a mooring ball, you get into your dinghy and you go to shore and you get your stuff. You get what you need. You go to the pharmacy, the doctor, the dentist, the groceries, newspaper, milk, butter, cheese, whatever. You do it mostly by dinghy. So that dinghy is your lifeline, and you're not going to swim. right? It ain't like you can walk or ride a bike. Your dinghy is your lifeline. And so having an engine out that doesn't work suddenly is your lifeline. Yes, you could row, sure, of course. But a lot of liveaboards would keep a second engine. And I can see Brian and Lynette keeping that second engine. Is the second engine on board? Because if I were a criminal and I had done something to someone on board that I didn't want people to know about, I might have swapped those engines out, taken the old one from down below and put it on the dinghy and gone and done my dastardly deeds on the old engine and come back to Soulmate and swap them out again and taken the engine that I did the dastardly deeds with, the old engine, and just put it back below deck as though, that's the spare, we never use it. But look, the engine on the dinghy didn't go anywhere. I just wonder if that second engine is on board, or if it's not, where is it? Because that would tell us a lot too. But don't forget, not having the engine doesn't mean that the data doesn't exist. The telemetrics don't exist on the apps. And Brian loved his apps. So I want to bring your attention to something else that's really important, and that is scuba gear. There's a lot of scuba gear on board Soulmate.
We talked about this before, and we were wondering if they had the tanks and if any of the tanks were empty, remember?
They both dive. They both have dive tanks. They both presumably have dive weight belts. Okay. And the dude is heavier than the lady, so her weight belt will be much lighter than his. So I sure hope her weight belt is on board. Because if it's not on board, where is it? Where's her weight belt? I sure hope it's not around her right now. And then to the scuba tanks. 2 days before Lynette went missing, she posted going to Guana Key to refill the scuba tanks and showed them grabbing the tanks and taking them in to get them filled. So those are full scuba tanks, presumably. There's no other social media showing them out diving between that time and when she went missing. So those scuba tanks presumably should be full and on board, right? What would happen if his scuba tank wasn't full and hers was? Lynette really recorded everything. If he's going scuba diving without her, she'd probably take a picture. And there better be a really good reason why he'd be emptying a tank if it is empty, or using a lot of a tank if it is used without her, because they did that stuff together. They refilled them together. They went diving.
Well, I think that's what she's getting at, you guys.
Oxygen.
She's getting at being weighted down. Where's her weight belt? Where's... Oh, hi, Mama. Oh, she's such a tease.
And how much air is in the scuba tank? Is in his scuba tank? Because if hers is full and his isn't, again, on its own,
it's concerning.
Would that be enough to prove that he did something to her? No, but remember those 1,000 paper cuts I keep talking about? This one's pretty deep. And as far as weights go, a weight belt for diving isn't the only weight on board. Lynette was fit. She worked out and she had dumbbells. We've seen dumbbells on board. He's using one to hammer something in on the bow at the windlass, the anchor. That's what brings up the anchor.
Right.
And she was fit. She used dumbbells, and we've seen them in social media. So I sure hope that the CGIS agents, the Coast Guard Investigative Service agents, look around that boat for the dumbbells, because I could see how a very sick person would use dumbbells in a different way than the way Lynette used them. But they should still be on board because they are pictured. Again, enough on its own? Probably not. Together with everything else, another paper cut. Now to the air conditioning unit. I've been looking all over because the fire and rescue guys told us that when they came up next to Soulmate to bring Brian back to Soulmate after his terrible night floating alone, stranded, Brian got up on board with one police officer and fidgeted around with an air conditioning unit and then got something out of it. We think it's his hide key, and was able to then get down below. He has since told people that he had to break into his own boat because, the keys to the down below deck were in the dry bag that went out with Lynette. So I had to break into my own effing boat. Poor Brian. Anyway, I have now located that air conditioning unit. I was told it was back near the transom, and I thought, well, maybe that air conditions the master cabin in the back. But no, it air conditions the pilot house. I saw it in one of the videos that I was able to slow down, and Lindsay, circled it, and there we are. It's there. That air conditions the pilot house so that you can sit above deck in hot weather and still stay cool enough. So there's that unit that I was trying to figure out before, that you'd have to have your hide key in somewhere that he was fidgeting with, and it just sort of clears up one picture that was a little bit murky. There's another little piece of information that, once again, on its own, I don't know, coupled with everything else, another paper cut, and that is the weather. I was looking for wind and waves and tides, but I wasn't looking for rain because I didn't hear about rain from anybody. From witnesses. I didn't hear about rain from Brian. Brian sure didn't tell anybody about rain. He wanted to tell us everything else, every little detail. ad nauseum. Stuff that didn't even matter. He couldn't stop himself, right? But one thing he didn't mention was rain. So I guess he didn't get rained on. Or he would have told us, because he told us everything. And here's the problem for Brian. There was rain that night. There was a little pocket of rain on the Sea of Abaco. And so Brian, in his terrible journey floating across the Sea of Abaco with no propulsion, slave to the wind and the waves and the currents and the tide that washed him up on Marsh Harbor, never mentioned a word about being rained on. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was somewhere else at the time that his story would have had him right there in the rain. Maybe he was somewhere else, under power of an engine or oars, in the darkness, doing something other than floating. Maybe he didn't even know about that rain, because it didn't hit him exactly where he was at the time that rain hit where he was supposed to be. Another little piece of information. Again, another little paper cut. So like I said, all these things all together, they all spell bad facts for Brian, who is not yet charged. Yet. Not charged with any crime. Innocent until proven guilty or otherwise. Yep. Tick tock. And there's something else I cannot wait to share with you. And that is, we are looking at Brian himself and how he presented himself in all the ways that he did. The emails, the text messages, the voice phone call that he barfed out all over his friends, who ended up recording it because there was just so much information coming at them for like 40 minutes. They just couldn't write it all down, so they recorded it and then started to realize the more this guy talks, the more it is preposterous what he says happened. And thank God we now have that recording. And thank God Scott Rouse, who is an expert at this kind of thing, is going over it with us and showing us all the things, all the feels, all the tells, all the things that experts know about the way you present yourself that makes you look everything but the sad, mourning guy, who wants to find his wife, who has a story to tell that doesn't match
he's
science.
Full of shit. Okay, so that's the end of that one. We've got one more on Hooker. Whew, this one's a good one. This is the latest
And
one.
yet, witnesses say,
Let's go back. And I love her dress. She looks really pretty. What do you mean, where's Jen Fisher been? She's in here. She's right there. It's Jay Fisher. Right there. I don't even know who John Lamb is. I don't know who that is.
Brian Hooker has said that we are digging up from his past because suddenly they don't match all the stuff that we discovered in the last 5.5 weeks about his story. What happened to Lynette Hooker? What happened to your wife, Brian Hooker? Because she didn't bounce off the back of your dinghy and then suddenly get lost in the giant seas and the current and the waves and the tide. All that stuff didn't happen. Okay, none of it works. We've already been through it a million times. I won't bore you all with all the things that are provable about the weather that night, the photographs we have at the exact time, in the exact place, no waves. So that story didn't happen. And then 8-9 hours later, when you washed up on shore, I suddenly have a story that you put on the record. Now, look, I do my best to comb everything, to find everything, to give you all the reporting I can. This one slipped me by. Fox News Digital actually found the security guard at the boatyard where Brian Hooker washed up. And they were able to talk to him. I haven't found it on video. I just got a transcript from it. But as I read through the transcript now, like 4 weeks later, it's like, bro, what you said then doesn't match the stuff you told other people or the facts or the evidence. So I thought I'd go through all of it with you, just, like a parlor game. Because at this stage of my life in this investigation, it's literally about finding all the things that Brian has said and showing you why they're lies. Because it's just becoming so voluminous. It's what I call a pile of bad facts. And if a jury ends up hearing all these, and he's not charged with anything right now, Brian Hooker's not charged with anything. There's 2 criminal investigations going on, one with the Bahamian police and one with the Coast Guard Investigative Service. By the way, can I just tell you, the number of media outlets, podcasters, all these people who call the investigators FBI, it's not true. They are not FBI. So please, let's just be accurate, y'all. The lead investigators on this case are like FBI of the water. I mean, they are the Coast Guard Investigative Service. They are bad effing ass. They know their shit. They're doing their shit. And they seized that effing boat. They got Soulmate off the coast of Florida, and they are reaming it a new one. They are going through it with a fine-tooth comb, and it is...
They're reaming the boat a new one. No, you're reaming Brian a new one.
Doing their shit. And they seized that effing boat. They got Soulmate off the coast of Florida, and they are reaming it a new one. They are going through it with a fine-tooth comb, and it is very productive. My sources tell me things are going very, very well. The things that they were hoping were on board were on board. You know, the way sailors who live aboard, how they might wire a boat with all sorts of electronics that, I don't know, have memory and show when people are on board using power and show navigational history and show battery use and all those magical things, not to mention the Starlink on the mast. Thank you, Jesus, for that Starlink on the mast, because Starlink is something you connect to when you get close to it. So if Brian and Lynette connected to Starlink with their watches or their phones as they got near to Starlink, well, Starlink would have that history. Brian says they got nowhere near, 1,000 yards away, and boof, off she went. And then, I floated for 9 hours. Okay, wait until you hear what the boatyard guy has to say about the 9 hours of floating. It's chef's kiss. Also, guess what else? I found out something, and it doesn't bode well for Brian Hooker. You'll remember this, Brian sent messages to Jim Todd. Jim Todd is one of my favorite people on the planet. He's Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue. Give generously, please. They're all volunteer. Brian sent these text messages to Jim Todd.
Thank you so much, Hawkeye, for your super chat. Love your laugh. Thank you. I hope I make you laugh too. Trip fund. Whoop, whoop. It's coming up quick, guys. Freaking CrimeCon next week. See it through my eyes with me.
Todd, all about the search for my wife and blah, blah, blah. But, as he was spinning all his yarn, he also sent maps. And you've probably seen Brian's adorable little cartoon map showing, well, this is where I floated. Here are the arrows. Well, I have been studying those maps like crazy because I saw their super duper AI. So Bri was on his Wi-Fi creating maps. And so Bri was on his Wi-Fi creating maps per AI. So Bri was on his Wi-Fi creating maps. And I finally found out what maps he was getting and what AI he was using, because I think that's going to be a game changer. It has been for us in the past. In true crime, the Google searches have been enough to sink so many different defendants. I can't even begin to name them all, but they're delicious whenever you see their Google searches being read to them when they're either on the stand or at the defense table and then like counting the minutes to guilty. So when Bri was making his maps, I found out it's Gemini. He's using Gemini. His AI of choice, at least for this bullshit story,
Google.
was Gemini. Mm-hmm. And so Ashley's little brain started ticking away. Like, I wonder what else he used Gemini for. I wonder when else he might have been using Gemini.
Was he using Gemini like our USF killer used Chat GPT? Oh, shit.
Is it possible, and I'm not saying it is because Brian Hooker's not charged with anything yet. Is it possible that that bullshit bounced off the dinghy story didn't happen and that dinghy instead did make it to Soulmate, to their sailboat? And the Wi-Fi all connects to the watches and the hip bone and the thigh bone and all the rest. Is it possible that something went wrong on board? Lynette was unalived on board. And then suddenly it's, what do I do about this? Ask AI.
Yep. She read my mind. If you think about it, Lynette was choked on the Soulmate by Brian to the point where she had bruises on her back. She sent to her friends, right? And I think she lost consciousness for a little bit. So what if he didn't let go in time? A cameo is a personal message? Oh, I don't know what that is. What's a cameo at CrimeCon, though? What is that?
And then suddenly it's, what do I do about this? Ask AI. Gemini. Is all of that, any of it, possible? Because if Gemini was the AI of choice for those stupid fucking maps, this is where I floated and this is what happened and blah, blah, blah. What else was Gemini used for? And what time was Gemini used? Because my friends, this is like, it's like shooting fish in a barrel for crime fighters. If you're a Googler or if you're an AIer and you're trying to clean up your mess, yeah, that's like, I'm telling you, it's just like, it's the delight of us. Because I don't have to tell you, people think they're smarter than the rest of us and they're not. So I'm just saying, Brian Hooker's not charged with anything but Bri. Oh, bro. If you had your fingers doing the walking on board Soulmate, looking for like, I don't know, maybe soft sand beaches nearby in the darkness, or maybe mangrove areas that might have little creeks that you could get through, if you were doing all that, well, investigators are going to find it. Yeah, that sucks to be you. Tick fucking tock.
Love it.
Yeah, that sucks to be you. Tick fucking tock. So there you go. Gemini, that's our best friend at this point, as well as Starlink, right? And as well as Lynette's Apple Watch. I still say Lynette wearing that Apple Watch, when we found that picture of her taking selfies, and you can see that, not a tan line, folks, it's her powder pink Apple Watch band on her wrist. And suddenly it's not on her wrist, it's on board Soulmate. Well, how did that happen if she bounced off the back of the dinghy on the way to Soulmate? The 46-foot sloop. Someone told me it's a Morgan. I still had to check that, but... And I also had the value wrong, okay? So, and Lindsay's telling me it is a Morgan. What was the year, Lindsay? It's a 46-foot sloop. It's a Morgan, and I thought it was worth somewhere around $100,000, but apparently he paid around $52,000 for it, something like that. So half the value that I thought it was. Lindsay's telling me it's a 1980 Morgan. Still a lovely boat, I think. I love sailboats. I've spent a lot of time on sailboats. I love sailing. I've captained a 40, I crewed on a 44-foot CNC back in the day, and I captained, I think it was a 36-foot CNC in the Whitsunday Islands in Australia, but I still had no business captaining that boat. I still don't know half of the shit that I should. So I still think it's a lovely boat.
At least she admits it. Thank you so much, Crackajax, to add to the CrimeCon fund. Tick fucking talk, Brian. Hooker. I don't think she meant... No, I don't think Molly's talking about an app. I think she said that when I'm live, she might make a cameo appearance, which means that she would be on cam and say hi. That's what I think she meant.
In any case. Oh, and by the way, sorry, Brian, you're not getting your boat back. It's got crime scene tape all around it. We took a video. It's sitting there at the Coast Guard station in Fort Pierce, Florida, because that's where they towed it from 40 miles offshore, and it's crime scene, and agents are getting up and down, off board, and on board, taking stuff off it daily. Yeah, still happening. They're still going up and down and getting on board and off board and taking evidence and putting it in those nice evidence bags that we spotted. We were able to shoot all that because we are on this story. We are not letting it go. And Brian Hooker, I am your worst fucking nightmare. You probably thought we'd all just say, oh, wow, sorry for your loss. It must be so hard being you. Fuck you.
Damn.
Because we're not leaving any of these details of yours unturned, right? We're actually getting to the devil.
Damn. She straight up said, fuck you, Brian.
Hooker, I am your worst fucking nightmare. You probably thought we'd all just say, oh, wow, sorry for your loss. It must be so hard being you. Fuck you. Because we're not leaving any of these details of yours unturned, right? We're actually getting to the devil in the details. Because that's where they live. And so we're in them. And we're not letting go until we find all these bullshit details of yours. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm just the only one that can tell you stuff from the investigation. But the Coast Guard Investigative Service, those guys are doing the hard work. They're like 5 weeks into this. And they have been busy every single day. And I know that because I check with them every day. I check in and I find out, like, okay, what's happening? And now there's a lot they can't tell me, obviously. But I know they're working on it every day. It's what it takes when you're going to seize a boat 40 miles offshore. Got to do a little bit of legwork to know that it's coming. Poor Ryan, right? He's thinking he's going to get it back. Ooh. Bummer for you, pal. Bummer for you. Okay, a couple of things I want to tell you about. So here I was searching for this guy named Edward Smith. He is a security guard overnight at the boatyard. You know, the boatyard is this big, bright beach.
Yeah, this is the security guard that said he was wearing slides when he said he was cutting his foot and shit.
Beacon of light says Brian is supposedly floating for 9 hours towards Marsh Harbor, literally seeing these bright lights 150 yards away, and then suddenly decides to go the other way. That's his story. I went and knocked on doors. Well, the only doors are through like so much tangle of like gnarly mangroves and forests and scrub. It would have taken hours and cuts and machetes and all the rest to go into the darkness. And then you would have had to go through like a creek, according to Jim Todd from Fire and Rescue. You would have had to go through like a whole watery area, knocked on 2 doors, and then no other doors, even though there's all these other doors in that subdivision. Okay. And then apparently you said something like a car, you flagged down a car and then he took off. Again, absolute horseshit. Because if you got back to the boatyard, you either went back through that tangle of hell and you wouldn't have made it. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, pitch black. Or you would have had to walk miles out into the roadway and then miles all the way back to the boatyard. And why would you do that? Because you'd already be inland by that point. So that whole story is shit. So the boatyard guy says, yeah, this guy comes walking up. And let me just read you some things that Edward Smith told Fox News Digital when they talked to him. And I can only read you the account because I don't have any video of it. And I don't know that they had video. I don't know if they just talked to him on the phone, but whatever it was. Because as I read his account now, from everything else we've learned, it's like, oh, Brian, dumbass. You got to keep your story straight if you're going to lie. So Edward Smith says Hooker appeared exhausted and primarily asked for water. Natch, if you've been floating for 9 hours, you would be
thirsty.
All that, bag of chips. And so the security guard asked what happened, and Hooker said they were returning by dinghy from a bar restaurant in Hopetown. Well, wasn't Hopetown. You were at the Abaco Inn. Hopetown's way further north, but okay. They got caught in rough water, and the lady went overboard. And Smith said, I asked him, so where's the lady? And he says, she's in the water. Now, these are Edward Smith's words, so I will not ascribe them to Brian. This could be his interpretation of the conversation. But effectively, that's the story that Edward Smith is being told, the security guard. But Smith was surprised by the amount of time, because Smith asked Brian Hooker, when did she fall in? And Hooker said around 7 p.m. Do what now, Brian Hooker? 7 p.m.? Because she told the rest of us it was 8 p.m. because it was dark. Too dark to see her anymore in the 2 to 4 foot seas, which were really glass calm because we've seen the video and the pictures. Yeah, 7 p.m. I mean, it's bright light at 7 p.m. I was there, literally in that spot. From 7 until 8, watching exactly when it got dark. And the weird thing is, it doesn't even really get dark until just a couple minutes before 8, and then it goes whammo. The nightfall just hits really, really hard when the sun gets low enough. But this dude, first of all, he says to somebody, I left at 7:30, the Abaco Inn. And it's only about a maybe 12-minute ride, dinghy ride out to Soulmate. So let's just say 7:38. Or 7:36, this
Still
calamity happens and off she bounces and the waves and the wind and that just, every time I say it, I get angry. It was calm and lovely, but it's bright light at that time as well. And lots of neighbors, other boats are around. So now you're telling the boatyard guy that it was sometime around 7 p.m., a full hour before nightfall?
Oh, shit.
Again, you got to get your story straight if you're going to.
Damn, she's got you. She's got you hook, line, and sinker. You told the boatyard guy it was 7? You idiot. You fucking moron.
So now you're telling the boatyard guy that it was sometime around 7 p.m., a full hour before nightfall? Again, you got to get your story straight if you're going to tell a lie. So then Edward Smith, whom I love at this point, says, so I say, from 7? And you're just reaching the shore now? Which is exactly what the rest of us said. Hold the phone. You are telling us that you're drifting 4 miles without any propulsion because you lost your other oar and you lost the key because Lynette had it in her dry bag and you had 1 oar and you're just getting to Marsh Harbor now? 9 hours? So Edward Smith, the security guard overnight at Marsh Harbor, has the same bewilderment as the rest of us. Hooker explained to him that the wind was strong, the dinghy drifted away from her in the dark, and he couldn't see her. He said she was swimming towards Hopetown with a yellow bag. Now, hold on. She's swimming where now? You're telling the security guard she's swimming towards Hopetown? Well, that's north from where you are. And you told Fire and Rescue and everybody else that the last you saw her, she was swimming towards the boat, which is south. Entirely due south is a boat. Entirely due north is Hopetown. And I think someone else, you said that you thought she was swimming to shore. But nobody else heard the story that she was swimming with a yellow dry bag. A yellow bag. So again, get your shit straight. Your dry bag is yellow. Her dry bag is bright green. And you never told anybody else that she was swimming with it. You said it just went over. You never mentioned another word about it. You said you threw the floaty out to her and called out her name. And to one person you said, and I never heard her voice. And then to someone else, I heard her yelling, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Once again, get your story straight, fella. Okay, so now Lynette has a yellow bag, according to Brian, talking to the security guard, Edward Smith. Here's another rich little piece of bullshit. Hooker claimed he sent up 2 flares, according to Edward Smith. Hooker claims he sent up 2 flares. 1 boat passed without stopping. A second flare to another boat also got no response. Is that right? Because in the boating community, a flare is May Day. It's not, oh, look, someone has fireworks. Never mind. A flare is May Day. So you sent up 2 flares because we got word that only one had discharged from the flare gun found in the bottom of the boat. We also got word from shore, from witnesses, a group of witnesses, who said there was a flare that went off from Soulmate. Just one. And some of those witnesses, according to Jim Todd, the fire and rescue representative, said it was horizontal. Now, others said they thought it was vertical. So
if it went horizontal, it went across the water.
It could be the angle they were looking at, but that's, I mean, witness accounts can be very, very unreliable. They can be skewed. Memories are weird. Used to be that, courts relied entirely on witnesses. It's tricky now. Science ain't great. But the fact is, lots of people, a group of people, more than one, more than two, more than three, as we're told from sources, saw a flare from Soulmate. Not from where this jackoff says he sent it off. He told, I believe he told Fire and Rescue as well, that he floated all the way to Lubber's quarters, which is about a mile from Elbow Key, maybe 3/4 of a mile, and then threw his anchor down.
He is a lubber.
Oh, because that's when you should have done it. And you're a U.S. Marine, right? You're an ex-U.S. Marine.
Well, he did say that the damn anchor, he was dragging that fucker, remember?
No one else who's a U.S. Marine do I ever call them ex, because I think once a Marine, always a Marine. But you, Brian Hooker, you don't espouse any of the principles in the honor that the United States Marine Corps espoused. None of it. So, ex. You couldn't throw your anchor down when your wife is, being lost in the waves and the current and the tide, in the dark. So you told everybody else you were like all the way over at Lubbers and you sent off the flare. And yet witnesses say it happened at Soulmate. And now there's 2. You told the boat guy there's 2, but it looks like there's only 1 span and the witnesses only saw 1. You gotta get that story straight, fella. Okay. And the fact that no one would stop for a flare, that's the other thing. Forget it. I do want to mention that Edward Smith, the security guard, the overnight security guard at the boatyard, he saw that Brian Hooker had a yellow bag with him. There's been a lot, said about the dry bag that Brian Hooker had at the boatyard. He washes up around 4 a.m, and this security guard sees a yellow bag, and we know it's a dry bag, right? But as he got onto the search and rescue vessel from Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue, give generously, please, there are 4 fire and rescue personnel on board. Jim Todd remembers very specifically the details about Brian Hooker getting on board. He was wearing a blue and white Hawaiian cut styled shirt in a fabric that was like fisherman or sailing, just sort of that breathable, athletic kind of fabric with the cut of a Hawaiian shirt, blue and white pattern of some kind.
Let's try that again.
As well as royal blue slides and a royal blue dry bag, not a yellow dry bag. Another of the fire and rescue personnel said they remember an aqua blue dry bag. Could be the difference between somebody thinks aqua, somebody thinks royal, but they both have this account that when he got on board, he had this aqua blue dry bag. A third representative from Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue can't remember at all what kind of dry bag. Didn't see it, didn't register. But the fourth, this is the one that drives me crazy. The fourth one remembers a yellow bag. Quote, from the beginning. That's what the 4th Fire and Rescue representative said. Yeah, yellow bag from the beginning. Well, clearly, Edward Smith says he's got a yellow dry bag. But there's something else, because rep number 3, who said that it was a aqua color dry bag, remembers the aqua dry bag getting thrown up onto Soulmate when they got to Soulmate and sidled up next to it and tied up so that Brian could get out on board his sailing vessel, and also a police officer could get out on board the sailing vessel, and they went down below for an hour, those 2. And when they came back out, Brian left his dry bag. And the fire and rescue rep had this thought in his head, like, dumbass, you forgot your dry bag. So there was enough of a memory of that dry bag and the color of it being left on board Soulmate. Where is this discrepancy between the yellow dry bag and the aqua or royal blue dry bag? There's a piece of the puzzle missing there. If you have theories, please put them in the comments.
Could that shirt, if they're saying it's a teal dry bag, could it have been her cover up? With a bag around it, like inside it, I mean, like wrapped around, the shirt was wrapped around the bag.
Because I am trying to figure this one out. To my knowledge, they're opaque, so it's not as though one is showing through the other. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, but 2 complete different stories about the color of the dry bag that Brian Hooker had that morning. Odd. One of them is not green, though. One of them is not Lynette's green dry bag. And there's Brian saying that she was swimming towards Hopetown with a yellow bag. What, Brian? Hopetown's north. Your boat is south. You told everybody else she was swimming towards the boat. And then someone else, I think you said, swimming towards shore. You sure didn't have that one down pat. And the yellow bag? Bro, she had a green dry bag. Let's not even get started on what she was wearing. Oh, she was only wearing a two-piece black bathing suit. Bullshit again. Either you were hiding and obfuscating when the rescuers were asking, what are we looking for? Or you're just a horrible man, a horrible husband who doesn't even know what your damn wife was wearing when she went out and you lost her forever. She had an aqua-colored bathing suit cover-up.
Look at him holding his watch right here. When he got it back, look at he's like, I got it back. I'm going back to Michigan. I'm going to California.
She went out and you lost her forever. She had an aqua-colored bathing suit cover-up. Two-piece black bathing suit underneath it, royal blue conch republic headscarf, and likely a black fanny pack. There's the description, Brian, in case you were wondering. Let's talk about what's really in your makeup. Most of us spend a lot of time worrying about what we eat, what we drink. They're super important in this investigation. You've probably heard me talk about the watch that the Bahamian police gave back to Brian as they let him out of detention. You know, you have to give your valuables when you're being booked into a detention center, and then you get them back when you're released, if you're ever released. Well, Brian was given his watch. I really wish the Bahamians had kept that watch. They didn't keep it. Didn't photograph him, to my knowledge, either. But that watch is sort of whitish, big, clunky white watch. He's seen in a lot of social media wearing it. But guess what? We found a lot of other social media where he's wearing an entirely different watch, sort of a greenish black watch. So what was he wearing that day and that night? Because so many of these watches, and Brian is a self-professed geek, he loves his gear, he connects everything to his apps and to his phone and his diving and all the rest. Might there be some metrics on those watches? If we can never get those watches, but maybe there are apps, companies on whom you can drop paper / warrants, search warrants to find out what the GPS data might show on those kinds of watches. So I'm just super interested. 2 different watches, a green and black one and a white one as well. There's something I want to draw your attention to, because when we spotted it, we smelled a rat. And I thought, oh, this one is a bad fact for Brian Hooker. As it turns out, it may not be. But let me start with an up close. If you watch the ABC, NBC, and CBS interviews, congratulations, not that many of you did. You've probably seen them clipped on podcasts instead, because network television is dying. But if you saw those interviews, there's a good close-up that you can zero in on his fingernails. Now, I want to talk about terrible fingernails. I've never had nice fingernails, but they're clean. If you work on a boat, if you're a sailor, I get it. You're tinkering in the engine room. And okay, you might have dirty fingernails. Totally. But if you are out all day in the ocean, swimming at, say, Tahiti Beach for hours and hours, and then you're over at the Abaco Inn in the pool swimming, that stuff gets pretty cleaned up pretty quick. Lots of people will see their nails cleaning up real quick in the salt water when you're in there all day, swimming, paddling. Tahiti Beach is an in-the-water experience. You don't really hang out up on the beach. You're just sort of, you're walking around with the manta rays, and there's a walk-up bar in the water, and so you're in the water. So I'm thinking, where'd that dirt come from, Brian? Under your nails. Because, the night that all that hell happened, you're in the boat, in the water, and it was supposed to have rained, which you never mentioned to anybody. Yeah, the weather report said it rained, but you never said that to anybody. And then, that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you're arrested.
I don't think that's fungus either. She gone. I don't think that's fungus either. Sorry, I just wanted you guys to see my mama's. I have one cat, and we named her Emmy, but we call her Mamas because when we got her, she was a mama, and she was still a baby herself. So, you think he buried her? His fingers? I know, I really don't want to think about Brian's toe fungus.
And your nails, because, the night that all that hell happened, you're in the boat, in the water, and it was supposed to have rained, which you never mentioned to anybody.
If it rained, then the dirt would be muddy, kind of, Thank you. I know, I love her. She gone. She's eating. She has her little corner right here Let me show you. It's kind of embarrassing, but I'll show you. I'm going to paint it pink. And then you guys are going to be able to see, or wait, that's the wrong side. You guys are going to be able to see kitty corner. Hold on. When I'm all done, I'm not done yet, but can you see her over there eating? Hold on. See her? She's got a little ice cream cone dish. Sorry, this is a little palette cleanser, but I'm going to paint the walls pink. And I'm going to have little, hey, Lindsay, I'm going to have little paw prints, and it's going to say kitty corner or some shit. And that's her little station over there. So I'm just not done yet. I've been lazy. I haven't felt like painting. I have the stuff. I just haven't done anything with it yet. And it's good to see you, Linz. Great job keeping up on this and staying on Hooker's neck.
In the water. So I'm thinking, where'd that dirt come from, Brian? Under your nails.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Because, you know, the night that all that hell happened.
We were just, I don't know if you just joined, but we were talking about why the bag might have been teal. If he had like the bag and then her cover up around it, and they thought that was just the bag. Because the material of that cover up, I think it's like one of those Columbia fishing shirts. And that could look like the material of a dry bag if he had that wrapped around it. And I also wonder if his sister didn't take some things when she left the Bahamas. That's another thing I thought of. Like, his sister came there to help him. Well, what'd she do? Just help him get a lawyer? And then they sat at the Conch Inn for 2 days together until he was arrested? Like, what was she there to help him with? And I have no idea why Lindsay's name turned to Linda when Hexie wrote it. Turned to Linda. Listen, Linda. Yeah, I don't think that's fungus. I think that's dirt embedded in there.
Under your nails. Because, you know, the night that all that hell happened, you're in the boat, in the water, and it was supposed to have rained, which you never mentioned to anybody. Yeah, the weather report said it rained, but you never said that to anybody. And then, like, that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you're arrested, and you're in a Bahamian jail at that point. That stuff looked embedded, like you'd been digging in the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm wondering. Were you digging in the dirt, Brian? And I started asking some questions, and I found out that Brian has a fungus problem with his toenails, and it spread to his fingernails. And it made his fingernails and toenails look black and dirty all the time. And apparently Lynette was trying really hard to help him fix it. She'd even bought him some elixir to fix it, but it wasn't working. And his fingernails and toenails apparently looked like that all the time. So
if it was that bad that his shit turned black, yeah, isn't that stuff like fungus contagious? Oh, right. She's putting him on total blast. Now we know I got cat hair on me. I feel like Trisha. Now we know you have foot and finger fungus. Oh, you could make a zip up hoodie into a bag.
was he digging? I don't know. Is that blackness around his fingers from digging? I can't tell you that definitively because of the fungus. Lynette even bought this bottle of Benjamin's healing oil. Benjamin's healing oil to try to help her husband with his toenail fungus and his fingernail fungus. What a sweetheart that Lynette would do that for you, Brian. What'd you do for her? What'd you do to her? Brian's not charged with anything yet. Brian's innocent until proven guilty. Brian's not charged with anything. TikTok. So, got to wipe that one kind of off the map for now. But I do want to talk to you about something I discussed before. Great Guanakee. In some of Lynette and Brian's social media, Lynette says, we got the scuba tanks filled at Great Guanakee, and they posted it on April 2nd, which is just 2 days before she disappears. Of course, posting it on April 2nd, there's no way to know that it happened on April 2nd. Posting it could have been filmed weeks before and just posted on April 2nd. Till we found out, based on their GPS locations, the AIS and no foreign land mapping, they were at Great Guanakee on April 2nd. So they filled those scuba tanks on April 2nd. So what I want to know is how full are they now? Because 2 days later, nobody's on that boat, right? Not supposed to be on that boat again. And I'd like to know if Brian's tank is depleted or if Lynette's is full and his isn't. Just be interesting to see. Also, I've been talking about Lynette's weight belt because they dive all the time, but you can see this picture of her in her scuba gear. And you're going to have to, forgive me if I botch this, but I think it's called a WDB, a weight distribution belt. It's like a vest that holds the tanks, but the weight is actually in the vest. So I just think it would be interesting for investigators who are combing through that boat to find Lynette's scuba gear and find out if all the weight that's supposed to be there is there, and if her scuba tank is full and his...
Dude, combing through all these videos is probably helping these investigators so much with like what should be there and what shouldn't be there type stuff. It's awesome.
Isn't? Why is that? Because again, they just filled those scuba tanks at Great Gowanna Key 2 days prior. And we also know that all day on the 4th, all day, they're at Tahiti Beach and then the Abacoya, and they're not scuba diving. So there's no scuba diving on the 4th. That would leave the 3rd. There's no report or video or anything of them scuba diving on the 3rd. In fact, on the 3rd, they're making their way to the Firefly Inn to throw down anchor and spend the night there, and then wake up that next morning on the 4th, pull up anchor at 11:30 and make your way down south to Aunt Pat's Bay where they threw down anchor for the last time. So I don't think there was any scuba diving going on. So if there's air used up in any of the tanks, be a good question to ask why. In my opinion, scuba gear could be used to get rid of something on the bottom of the ocean that you can't get to by boat. For instance, if you wanted to, say, take a body out to the Atlantic, it would have been very hard to do that in a dinghy. And I only say that because I saw the waves that day. I saw how rough it is on the other side of Elbow Key, on the Atlantic side. And it would be a suicide mission to head out there in a dinghy. I mean, the rollers are huge when it's an 18-knot wind, and it's lovely on the leeward side. Hence, it's an anchor because it's calm. But scuba gear is a different way to get out in the water. You know, if you say, I don't know, beach on Tahiti Beach, which is right there. I mean, it's like 1 minute away, maybe 3 minutes in your dinghy. Beach it on Tahiti Beach, carry your payload to the other side, to the Atlantic side, and then launch in with your scuba gear. It's a theory only. Brian's not charged with anything. But these are the things that you have to wonder investigators are thinking, right? What are all the ways that Lynette could have disappeared? Because Lynette did not go overboard. Lynette did not go overboard. She would have been found in the Abacos. Everyone to a T, the locals, the search parties, the police, the fire and rescue, everyone we've spoken to, experts, all say the same thing. If Brian's story was true, we'd have found Lynette. It's like a big bathtub. It's only like 4, 6, 8 feet, 15 at the deepest part. You can see everything. We'd have found that dry bag. You'd have found that. No problem. You'd have found, even if the sharks got to her, you'd have found what they call particle. You'd have found something, because sharks typically don't finish things off. They just don't. And so it's widely believed she's either buried or she was somehow taken out to the Atlantic. Soulmate didn't move. That much we know from AIS. And I know that it's weird that they went offline and all the rest, but the no foreign land, that was still on. And Soulmate didn't move that night. But we've spoken about the engines on the dinghy. There was an old engine, and Lynette texted multiple times to her friend Marnie that they were getting a new engine, right? They had a Torpedo, the old engine, and they were getting a new one that was really sick with lots of telemetrics and all sorts of coolness to it. Electric engine called an NT 300. Nathan Thomas 300, an NT 300. That's the new one. So you would assume that the NT 300 that was pictured on the back of that dinghy at Great Gowanna Key when they were going to fill up the scuba tanks 2 days prior to Lynette disappearing, you would think that that NT 300 engine is going to be on the back of the dinghy.
Right. Is it there?
Bahamians have the dinghy. We will see what's on the back of the dinghy. Because if the Torpedo's on the back of the dinghy, well, why would that be? That's weird. Makes no sense. You suddenly switched engines 2 days after. You got the brand new engine that you've had on for, what, almost 2 years now?
She's going to so bust
Because if you've got the scuba gear and the waves are too rough for the dinghy, you could get yourself into the Atlantic in the darkness and drag your payload with, I don't know, say a weight belt or a WBD, a weight displacement belt, and you could carry your payload out and leave her and then wiggle your little fins all the way back and skulk back to your dinghy and then put on this grand show that you floated across the Abacos. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I'm not saying that Brian Hooker did that. Brian Hooker's not charged with anything yet. Not charged
But remember, he was also exhausted, according to the boatyard security guard.
Anything. Innocent till proven guilty. But these are the possibilities. And so to that end, searches are ongoing, right? Locals have been amazing. Nathan, who's an angel, has been searching the shorelines and giving us the videos of his searches. And he's got another one that we'll be bringing to you in the next episode that's really good.
Nice.
Because it will show you all the places.
Hey, Lucky Rabbit.
That wouldn't be so tough to dig down in the sand right at the water's edge, but at least above the high tide line, you know? All the places where in the dark you'd be able to do this without too much trouble before, say, floating to Marsh Harbor. And so I'm going to bring that to you in the next episode, plus a couple of other really, really interesting little nuggets that disprove everything, really, this whole bullshit story that Brian Hooker has been feeding us. Because to that I say, tick fucking tock, motherfucker. You are going down. Your lies are unbearable. They are just unbearable. But it's a good thing that there's people like us and like the Coast Guard Investigative Service that will not let this go.
That's right.
Because little by little,
we're not
we
letting
just
it go,
keep chipping
Hooker.
away at your pile of shit. And eventually, what's going to be left over is a big fat indictment. I feel it in my bones. Can I say it for sure? No. But I feel it. Bang. I feel like that indictment's coming. Yeah, you're not seeing Soulmate again. I think I pretty much put money on that. You're not going to see Soulmate again. So kiss that one goodbye. It's what you call evidence now. Crime scene tape. Hey, listen, you guys have been amazing, by the way. I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of the emails that we've been getting. We keep telling you if you know anything. dropdeadseriousinfo@gmail.com. Dropdeadseriousinfo.
If you're watching and you're in the Bahamas or you know someone who was there, they need your footage. They need your footage. Easter weekend. Easter weekend is when this all happened. And they're doing a wonderful job staying on your ass, Brian Hooker. We are not done yet, though, guys. We are not done. We're done with Hooker for today. And I'm looking forward to Nathan's search because I think it's just amazing that the locals down there are doing all of it. They're doing all the things. Where's Brian? Where the hell is he? He wanted to get his boat. He ain't down there helping. He's got a bunch of strangers helping. Exactly, Laura Nicole. It's good to see you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Right, on Easter weekend, it was probably a lot of boaters, you know. G. Ferrero says they got their eyes open in Michigan. TikTok. All right, you guys ready for another funny video? You guys need to laugh? We got a funny one for you. Here you go. This is an update to our Waymo cars that were in the cul-de-sac. Now check this out. One is stuck in water. Shit you not. Watch.
Landon's first Bridget.
Watch.
Bridget Spencer's live in West Midtown tonight. So Bridget, you spoke with.
Wait, hold on. Look at it.
And tonight, Waymo says its self-driving ride service in Atlanta is still on hold after strong flooding trapped one of its cars here in Midtown. Atlanta News First, Bridget Spencer's live in West Midtown tonight. So Bridget, you spoke with experts who study this kind of technology. What they say about yesterday's incident and what happened?
Well, Blair, I can tell you, it was really a very interesting conversation. They say, look, we're not surprised by this because this is a pretty new technology still. It's still figuring things out, and there are some glitches that need to be ironed out.
Glitches?
This video was shared with us from a viewer Wednesday who was walking along North Avenue and caught a waymo, a driverless vehicle, trapped in the floodwaters.
Y'all look at this shit. Sorry. I gotta mute. The dogs are going crazy.
And caught a waymo, a driverless vehicle, trapped in the floodwaters.
It says that we still have a ways to go.
It appears the car decided to take a stroll in the flooded street. Fortunately, no one was inside of the car at the time.
With a human inside, it would have been potentially different. And, it kind of reminds you that safety is really important for all autonomous driving.
Georgia Tech professor Glenn Chow designs algorithms that helps robots function. He believes this is a small issue that will be rectified with autonomous vehicles like Waymo. You see, Waymo is like a sponge, absorbing lessons about the world around them through LiDAR and radar tech.
Neither are particularly well suited to handle, to estimate how deep a particular puddle is, and that can be really a problem for flooding. Knowing more about the kind of corner cases that could occur in driving, being able to either program in some kind of fallback when those corner cases arise, or having data that tells you what you should do.
Dr. Srinivas Pita leads the Autonomous and Connected Transportation Lab at Georgia Tech.
It is puzzling or galling for humans to say that, oh, these are supposed to be autonomous vehicles. They are supposed to be more advanced. They should be much more.
He fucking came in hot, dude. He came in hot with this green screen. What is happening? What's going on? Is this a normal speed? Holy fuck, it is. Okay.
More intelligent than us. But that's where the difference occurs.
PETA says the Waymo under normal conditions is safe, but over time, safety will only get better, avoiding Waymo problems like this.
Waymo. We've got way more problems than we need.
Level 5 autonomy. And that's what is, if you want to call it, that's the holy grail. That's the ultimate situation.
He's really excited.
If we can reach there, it means that the vehicle can operate under any condition, anytime.
Look at in the Waymo. Was this where it was stuck behind her?
In an email today, Waymo told me that car that you saw in the video that was circulating, that was the only car that had to be recovered. They did have some other vehicles stall out, but they were able to get back on the road on their own. Waymo says this is certainly a lesson that they're working to learn from, and they're putting some newer technology in to avoid this in the future. We're live in Atlanta.
This is going on in Atlanta. We had them driving. Yeah, they're autonomous cars, right? Like Ubers, but they're autonomous. But they got way more problems. So they suspended their service in Atlanta, and then that happened. So, all right, this is one more video for you guys. This is in honor of all of our American heroes. This weekend is leading up to Memorial Day, and my dad is a Korean War vet. Let me know if you or your family members were service or are service members. I salute you this Memorial Day. Thank you for your service. But this video is a cool little video that I found in honor of all of our veterans on Memorial Day. I thought this was cool, so I'm going to share this with you guys. This is a World War II vet in Florida here. He's in Lakeland. Grady Judd territory. And here we go. Let's watch this video. It's pretty cool. He's 100.
Well, Military Appreciation Month here in May has us looking back at some of those who played roles in securing America's freedom and stabilizing Europe more than 80 years ago.
Yeah, tonight we sit down with a Lakeland man and salute him, who celebrates his 100th birthday while reflecting on a life rich in love for his family, but also his country.
I want my girl here.
Stanley Odell doesn't sit still for long.
Get that picture. Get that picture.
Oh, you. His hallway rounds
God bless you, sweetheart.
All right. Are just one of his secrets to reaching the Centenarians Club. The son of a dairy farmer, growing up on a farm was tough. You grew up making your own toys.
Oh, something like that, yeah, not much.
Then he lost his brother George to a gun accident. Stanley was only 6. That must have been hard to deal with when you were so young, huh?
It's hard to deal with something like that, yeah, right, I agree.
But the war offered him an out. He signed up the day he turned 18.
I had relatives who was in the first war, and some got hurt, some didn't come back, and I was just ready to go anytime come my turn.
2 years later, Stanley was a radio repair technician with the Army Air Corps, the 12th Tactical Air Command at Tullen Air Base in Europe, keeping our troops, trucks, and pilots in touch with one another.
I didn't fly at all.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Did you ever want to?
No, I wasn't too crazy about it, no.
And now, all these years later, there's pride, but something more. They've had peace there for 80 years because of what you guys all did. Do you think about that much?
Oh, yeah. I think about it a while, yeah. Think of those that went over with me and didn't come back with me. And
in less than 3 years, he amassed a chest full of medals. How did you get your good conduct medal?
oh, just by doing what I'm supposed to do, I guess.
After his service, Stanley found himself back in the dairy business, working for a milk plant for 35 years before retiring. Do you still drink a lot of milk?
Oh, yeah, I get my milk. Yeah, I still never give it up. It's very good.
So maybe that's one of your secrets to being 100.
It could be. Anyway.
And when he could no longer serve overseas, he served his country another 35 years at home as a volunteer firefighter. Stars and stripes, always in tow.
Wow. I've been a kid. I always had an American flag with me. It was a great country.
Yeah, and it's because of people like you.
I hope so.
Don't worry, Stanley. We know so.
I thought that was a
Stanley
cute story.
turned 100 on St. Patty's Day about a month and a half ago, so we wish him all the best. We salute him and thank him for his service.
Thank you so much for sticking around for that story, you guys. And thank you to everybody's family members, fathers, grandfathers, brothers, sisters, mothers, all of you. I know it's very sweet. It's very sweet. So happy Memorial Day, everybody. And for the replayers of this stream, I wish you a happy Memorial Day and a very safe weekend. I know this means a lot of us are getting outdoors and doing things. Just be safe. And I will see you guys over the weekend. But I definitely wanted to commemorate our veterans. They're very important. And they certainly don't get thank yous enough. So if you know a veteran, thank them. A lot of them haven't been thanked. Belinda Buckner says, are you packed yet? No, I'm not. But yeah, thank you so much, you guys. We got a super chat. G Ferrero, thank you for coming in with a super chat here at the end. Great show. Thank you. Thank you for being here. You guys hit the like button. And thank you for all your support. We're going to run our credits. Look for your cute little names. Thank you, moderators, for being here. I will see you guys definitely tomorrow on Everyday with Jay. And in the meantime, everybody, stay safe, keep your doors locked, and be kind to one another. I love you guys. Bye. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.